Okay, so in the last video, we are able to generate a voiceover from our script, and we are able to record the voice that was being read by the AI. We are able to capture the voice with the smart audio capture, and then now we have our script audio. So this is the first step. We have it ready. So the next thing we are going to do now is start downloading images, start sourcing for images on the internet, images that are related to our story. So that's what we are going to be doing next. So the way I normally do this is I take like 3 lines or 4 lines of words, and then I search any image that is related to it. So what I mean is, for example, a young boy inherited his dying father's wealth. So the first image I'm going to look for is a young boy. So that's how I normally do it. So after getting this, so I'm going to look for his dying father's wealth. So I'm going to look for this. Yes, so let's look for this image that is related to this story. So let's go to our website. Remember the file that has all the useful website that we need. So I'm going to copy this image generator link, copy it, and then we come here and paste it in our browser. All right, so let's type in our prompt. So remember, we are looking for a young boy. So it depends on how creative you are or how you can imagine things, So for me, I will need to look for a young boy, and this is how I would say. A young boy in a dark room. So I'm going to say a young boy in a dark room. So I also need the back view. I want the boy to be facing the wall. Like I need a back view. So I'll just add back view of a young boy in a dark room standing. So this is a sample prompt, and I want it because this is our first line. So I'm going to come here and say cinematic, or we use professional photo. So let's do cinematic first, and then make sure it's in landscape mode. And then let's choose the amount of pictures we want the AI to generate. So we're going to click 30. And if we are going to add, you see, we still have option to add the kind of shots that we need. So we already said here that is the back view. So let's add close up here. Can add close up. So now I'm going to hit on generate and wait for the AI to generate the images. So it depends on your network. If you have a strong network, then you are going to get the response faster. So while we wait for this, you can start thinking of the images that will work with this word, with this sentence. Yes. So dying father's wealth. So for me, the image in my mind is if I can see a room that has golds inside, maybe a room full of riches. Yes, that should work. A room full of riches, like gold on the floor, money on the floor, stuff like that. So it will work for this. All right, so we have our images generated now, and let's look for the one we can work with. So I think this should work. Yes. Or we use this. So let's try and use this. So I'm going to come here and say save image, and then make sure create a magnet media folder, and then you start saving your files there. So I'm going to say download and then click save. So I'm going to open this file. So now it's open. So I will have to resave it as JPEG. So you can resave it as JPEG if it's not opening. But it's opening, so I'm going to leave it. So let's still download some images. Let's download more. You can download different images. So you choose the one that work best for you. So you can have different options. So this is a web.p file. What we can do is save it, and then let's open it. So once it's open, you can now right click again and save as, because Photoshop will not open this web file. So you can now save it as JPEG. You can rename it and say boy 2. So let's see if we can get more. I think we already have this. Okay, so we have 2 images ready. Let's still search for more. Let's change the prompt now. Let's say can say a young boy in a dark room. So let's hit on generate again. So I would advise you to spend more time on getting images, different style, different images. So that way you have multiple options. In case one image doesn't work, you can now go back to another image and then try using it. All right, so I think we are good with this for now. Can manage what we have so far. So let's go to the next sentence and we say, his dying father's wealth. So like I said, we can search for something like a dark room full of riches, a gold on the floor, and money. So let's copy this. So we've copied this. So let's hit generate. Then we go to freepick. Remember freepick.com? So let's copy freepick.com. Let's just come here and say freepick. Then you choose freepick AI image generator. So we might not get good results here. The result that we want, we might not get it here. So we can come here and start using this AI generator. So let's just use this text to image. And then we paste our prompt. So the style, no style really, just hit on generate here. So you can see the website is trying to generate image that is related to our, all right. So this is a very perfect image. This is the best image so far. So I'm going to save this. But before you hit on generate, make sure you are on 16:9. That's our aspect ratio. So make sure you are on 16:9. So this website is one of the best websites. So the problem here is there is a limit to the amount of images we can generate. So I'm going to save this image, free download. I'm going to saved already. So this is perfect. So we have this image. Let me open it so we can see. This is a very, very nice image. So this is good. We have money here. We have money. We have gold here. Money here. So we still need to design this image by adding more elements. So this is how we can add more elements. Let's go here to Google and say gold stack image. And then you click enter. So you can now click on image. So we look for a gold stack. So we can use this gold stack. Let's open this. You can see. I'm going to save this. Save image. It's an RFE file. So let's open the link. Let's just open the link directly. Okay. So this is the image I want to use. So I'm going to click this. It was generated by AI. So I'm just going to come here and say JPEG download. So you can see it's downloading already. So the next element we are going to add is money stack. So you click enter here. So we can use, let's say this, you can use this. So let's click on this. And then come here and say JPEG. So let's still look for more options. Spend time getting enough images. Because by the time you want to start editing, you just feel like maybe you don't like this anymore and then you have to start sourcing again. So try and get all the images that you need once and for all, and then you'll be good to go. Money stack images. Click enter. All right, so we can use this dollar. Let's just use it for now. Let's use this dollar for now and let's click it. And then right click and click on save. Let's see if we can find more. Just want something cinematic, you know. But that coin should work. Let's try coin money stack. Okay. I think we have options now. I already have one coin, so I think we should work with that. Let's try this. Yes. So this has PNG tree stuff. So let's just save it like that. All right, guys. So, okay, let's resume. So let's open our magnet media file so far. So these are the images we've been able to gather up. Yes. Let's delete this. This is not going to work. We'll definitely use this. So guys, that's how you source for images relating to your story. So you still have more to search for. See, only to discover that there were more hidden secrets to uncover. So we could just use a surprised boy, can say a surprised boy. Dark. So let's hit on generate. You can see it's generating our images. So what we need to do is pick the ones that we feel will work for us. I think this should work. Let's download this. Surprised one. So let's try a long shot. Let's say wide angle. Yes. And then hit on generate. This is nice, but I don't like the face. So let's try and see if we can get another version. This is nice too, but the face, I don't know why the AI is doing their face like that. Okay, we can actually use this and crop out this other boy here. Yes, we can do that. But I want something that will be easier for us to work with. Something like this is nice, but no. The face is somehow. But let's just save this. Let's save this. Surprise too. All right, so guys, that's how you look for images. So for this line, you still have to add more elements to it too. So only to discover there are more hidden secrets to uncover. So we could look for, something like a box and old box in a room. And then click on generate. Then we come to free pick and say the same prompt. A room with hidden box of secrets, and then you hit on generate. All right, so an image like this could work. So let's save it. And then you can see we still have more option to save all these files. So you can just save them. You can just save them, you know. Okay. I think we are good. So we can use this. Now we can search for, because I don't like the surprise boy that we have here with this. Okay, so this is good. This is good. You can just save one of these boxes. We might use it later. So let's save this. So it's looking like a box full of secrets. So let's save this box too. This is nice too. This is nice too. But I want a box with 3D perspective. But I want a box that has, you know, some kind of 3D perspective. So let's save this. All right, so let's come back to this free pick and search for a surprised boy on a dark room. Long shots. Let's have long shots of a surprised boy. So our style can be, let's see. Let's make it like this style, low-key cinematic. And click maybe later. So let's hit on generate. Okay, I think since we said in a dark room, let's just remove this dark. Make sure you turn on this AI prompt and hit on generate again. Okay. So we can save this, and then let's hit on generate again. We can have another option. Okay. So this is nice too. This is nice. This is nice. So which one should we use? Can use this. Let's download this. All right. So that's just it on how to search for images that are related to your story. So we got image from here and we got this. So the next one is, so we set out on a planned journey to review your mystery. So I think we should just stop here for now. We already have images that we can work with from here to here. So just practice, create a story, and then find images by yourself. And that's how you get used to it. All right, guys. So we are still on sourcing for images that we can use to build our magnet media animation. So there is another website we can use that can generate image faster, exactly what we want. But there is a limit to the amount of image you can generate. So let's go to the website here. On your Google page, search for Deco here. So Deco here.ai login, and then you press enter. So the first link, this login page, just click it. and then you can sign in with your Google account. So I'm going to continue with my Google account. If you have Facebook, if you have Apple account, you can try it here, but let me sign in with my Google account. So I'm going to click on continue here, and then let's wait for it to load. So I'll come to my account and click sign in and then click on continue. So let's click on claim, and then we close this. So you come to this generate image, click it, and then you can now type your prompt here. So let me paste my prompt. This is exactly what I'm looking for. Back view of a boy standing in a dark, empty room full of riches, gold, and money. So let me click on generate. Before you click on generate, make sure you are choosing on 16:9 with you. Before you click on generate. So I'm going to click generate now, and then we wait for it to load. All right. So you can see this is exactly the image that we want to use, we want to work with. So you can see this is exactly our prompt. So all these images, I will advise you to save all of them. So what do? We come here to our plugin, and then we use this extension. So since we don't have any extension here, you can click on extension and come to visit Chrome Web Store. So once you click it, you search for image downloader. Just search for image downloader. So you can see it's the first app here. So just click it, and then you come to add to Chrome. Then click on add extension, and then you wait for it to install on your Google Chrome browser, and it's done. Once it's done installing, you close this and you close this tab, and then you can now click this extension icon, and then you pin this image downloader. So once you click this image downloader, it's going to load all the images on this website. So let's look for our image here. So you can see this is our image. These are the images. So just come here and choose JPEG. Make sure you are choosing JPEG. So I'm going to save this. I'm going to close this. I'm going to come here and then choose JPEG too. So we have up to 4 images. So let's see the ones that we've saved. So we have 1, 2. So this is another good website, decohere.ai. So I'm going to check our script here. This is our sample script. So a young boy inherited his dying father's wealth, just to find that there were no more hidden secrets to uncover. So you can still search for this again. So hidden secret to uncover. You can just change the prompt to a secret room. You can just say a boy in a secret room looking surprised. So you can use this prompt. Make sure it's in 16:9, and then you click generate. Let's see what the AI is going to give us. So as this is loading, remember to close this plugin. So let's close this. So the only time we can use it is once our images are done generating. Then you can come to the plugin and click it, and then you can now download again. So I think this should work. At least this should work. We can use this. So let's just download this. So you can just click on generate again, but I think this time it will not allow you to generate. So you have to log in with another account. You can just log in with another account, another Gmail, fresh Gmail account. So see you in the next video. Okay, so we are still on sourcing for images to create our magnet media video. So the reason why I'm still showing you this is because you have to know all the possible ways and means to get images, because that's the hardest thing to do when it comes to creating magnet media style videos. The hardest thing to do is to get images. So that's why we still have to show all possible ways. So another thing we can do is come here and then copy this line, and then you come to ChatGPT And you can tell ChatGPT to give you prompts that we can use. So let's say I need prompts to get images for this sentence. So you open brackets and then paste the sentence. So this is a sentence from our script. Let me copy it. I'm going to paste it here. Then I'll close bracket. So you can now change that. You can say a boy discovered you can just say a boy discovered hidden secrets. You can remove this. So you hit enter. Okay, so these are prompts that you can now copy and then paste in your text to image generator. So that's another way to get images. So also you can tell ChatGPT to give you the image directly. You can say, can you give me a sample image in 1920 by 1080 dimension? So you can say, can you give me a sample image of it? So I'll hit enter now. So it's generating the image. So you can just open your image generator here. Then you can come here and copy any of these prompts. You can just copy any of these prompts. And then you paste it here. I'm going to paste it here. Then I will make sure it's in professional photo here. Make sure it's in landscape and then you hit generate. So don't expect good results. You can just pick random images if you like. So also remember freepik.com. So freepik.com/AI/image generator. So once you open it, so you have the option to generate 20 free images per day with one single Gmail account. So if you have multiple Gmail accounts, means you can generate 20 images with each account. So I would advise you to open like maybe 4 to 5 Gmail accounts, and then that way you'll be able to, once you exhaust one, you'll be able to generate more images with another account. So let's check our AI image generator. It's still loading. So let's check ChatGPT. This is the image that was generated by ChatGPT. So I like this image, it's very nice, but what I'm going to say is to remove all this, I don't know what they call this, all this chanting stuff. So you just need to remove it. You just tell ChatGPT to refine it for you. You don't want any additional effect or stuff. So you can say, can you remove the effects and make it simple? You can just hit enter. So you can see these are images from the prompt that I got from ChatGPT. So you can just pick a random image and then save. Pick the best one and then save it. So let's check freepik.com and then you can say, let's still copy our prompt. So I'm going to come here and say, a boy discovered hidden secrets. You can see I have 20 image to generate. So let me just paste it here. The boy discovered hidden secrets. in a dark room. So make sure it's in 16:9 ratio. So I'll hit generate and then wait for it. So these are the ways you can get image for your script. You can see you have this image, you have this image. So if this is something you can save, you can just save this image. I'm going to save this. You can also save this. So if you don't like it, you can just hit on generate again. But I think these are cool images, so I'm going to save even this. I'm going to save this. So let's save this too. Save all possible images. So later on, you get to decide how you design your scene and then use it. So our script still has this. So it sets out an unplanned journey. So you can just say for this line to make it very short, you can just come to this and type a boy walking in a farm. You can hit on generate. So you can also search it here and say a boy walking on an empty road. So still the same setting, hit on generate. You can see. So you can use this. You can use this image too. So if you don't like it, you can add a cinematic shot of. So you can just hit generate. You can see the more I'm generating images, you can see this number is reducing. So make sure you have another Gmail account you can use to log in and then generate more images. Okay, so you can use this image too, but it's still not what I would like. So we can just say can use a cinematic shot of a poor boy. We can hit generate. So remember we also have decohere.ai. So you can use decohere.ai. You can use it too. So these are images we can use to replace this. So he sets out on an unplanned journey. So we can use this image. This is very nice. You can just save it. So let's come here and then start for free. So I'm going to continue with my Google account. So it's just the same prompt. I'm going to copy the same prompt and then use it to work here. So remember, you can choose cinematic here. Let me choose cinematic and hit generate. So we are on decohere.ai. So I'm going to come here to generate image. And then I'll paste my prompt. It's cinematic shot of a poor boy walking in the farm. So make sure the ratio is either, let's say 16:9. So I'm going to hit on generate. These are images we can use. We can use this, we can use this. These are nice images. So I'm going to right click and open a new tab. Come here and come to our plugin here. And then I'll put my mouse here and then hit on JPEG. So you're going to save. So I'm going to come here and save this image too. Open a new tab. Come to our plugin. Hit JPEG. So let's save this too. Okay. So I think we are good. So what else do we have? This is a true story of Sick. So with this, we can just find a random image and then maybe of the boy and then, just add text to it. So later on, I will show you how to do that. So that's how you search for images. I think with this step, it is more easier. You can say this is another image. You can save this too. Just save all the image. Make sure you save enough image. So I think I like this. This is okay. Okay, so in our last video, we were able to learn how to generate images that are related to the kind of story we are telling. We are done with step 1. We are in step 2. So step 2 is make sure you download images that will work for your script. We've done that. We use this website to generate the images, and we use free pick too. So now it's time to upscale the images that we generated so far. Yes. So let's open this website in our browser. So I'm going to click this and click yes. So in this website, we are going to enhance our images, all the images that we downloaded. So we are going to make them look more sharper. So let's click on upload image. And then we come to magnet files. Yes. So the first image we are going to upload is this. Yes. I don't think we can upload multiple image. I don't think so. So let's upload this first. And then we wait for it. Then you can say this is our original image and this is the upscaled version. So that's how you upload and then upscale the images. So you are going to hit on download as JPEG, improve the quality here, and then click on download. So this is the image. All right, so let's choose another image. We are going to come to upload and then let's look for, let's try this too. Open it. All right, so we hit on download as JPEG and choose quality and click download. So you are going to do that for all the images we will be needing first. So let's say this, I'm going to do it for this one. So we hit on download JPEG, quality, and then you click download. So this gold bar, let's try this too. We'll click download. So let's try and enhance this to images. Let's try this. Okay, we have the maximum number of trial has been reached. Okay. So there's another website we can use. Just type upscale image here and then you come to this link. I'll copy the link in the notepad. So this link is iloveimg.com. Then you choose /upscale image. So let's select the images. I think this supports up to 3 images. So let's choose this, and one more. Let's choose this. So you wait for the website to perform its magic. So you can see before and after, before and after. So what you need to do is make sure it's on 2x or 4x. Let's use 4x and wait for it to load. If we use 4x, it's going to be more sharper than using 2x. So let's use 4x. And then once you use 4x, you click on upscale. You wait for the website, and then let me copy the link for you guys. I'll put it here. All right, so our image, let's download our image. You can see. So we can extract the image here. These are the images. So you can repeat the same process for every other image. You can just reload this website, or you come to, let's just press back here. Let's click here. And then click on upscale image, and you select the images again. So let's try and upscale this guy, and this guy. So you click open and wait for it to load. So that's it on how to upscale our images. So in the next video, we are going to start arranging our scenes. So let's click on 4x. So we click on upscale. So it's saying we should upgrade to premium. So if you have different Gmails, you can just log in here with your Google Gmail, and then you start downloading. So I think there's a limit on this website too. There's a limit to the amount of images you can upscale and download in a day. So there's a trick to download unlimited images. So let's look for a plugin called image downloader Chrome extension. So you click this, and then you click this image downloader Chrome extension. So this extension is no longer available. Okay. So let's try another extension. This one has 11K rating. So let's try this. And then we click add to Chrome. And then we click on add extension. So you wait for this to install. All right. So let's pin this. Just follow what you are seeing here. You're going to come to this extension and click on this pin. So let's test it out. Let's go back to this website. So you can see it's already upscaled. So you just let's come to this plugin and see. Yeah, you can see now. You can see this dimension is different from this dimension. So let's save this. I'm going to click on download. So this has been downloaded. Let's open it. You can see very sharp image. So you press close here. Let's come to this too. Make sure the dimensions are at least larger. So let's say from this is still a 2x dimension. So we can still save it, still a good file. So let's click on this. Save, you can say original or JPEG. Let's say JPEG. Let's click on this guy now. So you wait for it to load. This is the before, this is the after. So let's close this plugin and then open it again. You can see we have the higher version. So you have to come and say JPEG. So it has been saved. So I think you need to start clicking whatever image you want to save. Just click it first. So let's click this guy. Wait for it to upscale it. Then close this plugin. Once this is done loading, you can now click here. So you click here and you can see the dimension is very heavy. It's very heavy. So let's come here and say JPEG. So that's how you download unlimited images with this plugin. These are all the images we are able to get online by using AI text to image generator. So these are the images we are going to be working with. So let's open up Photoshop. And now, once you open up Photoshop, let's go to this file. And the first thing we are going to be doing is remove background from image in Photoshop. So let me show you how to do that. So let's open Photoshop. Now let's try and let's import one image. So let's say we want to test this. Okay, let's use this image for example. So I'm going to drag it here in Photoshop. Not here, but here. Just drag it here. So you can see. So this is the image. The first thing you do is come here, double click, and then you click OK. So if you are using Photoshop 2025, removing background is easy. You just come here to remove background. Just click here. And then Photoshop is going to automatically trace the image and remove the background. So this is very, very nice. So this way you can just save your image. So you can just save it. So that's how to remove background from image in Photoshop. Or we use this website. So this is pixelcut.ai. So let's open this website. And once you are on the website, the same image, you can just upload it. So let's drag the same image and put it here. So you wait for the website to remove the image. So this is it. And then you just click on download here. So that's it on how to remove background from image and then use this website. In case you don't have Photoshop, you can use this website too. But you need to have Photoshop. I would advise you to have Photoshop installed in your PC. Okay, guys. So in this video, we are going to learn how to separate image from background. So it's different from remove background from image in Photoshop. So it's different. We are separating this time. We are not removing the background entirely. So we are going to separate the image from the background. So to do that, let's come to Photoshop. So this is Photoshop. So what we are going to do is locate our file, the image that I want to separate. So I'm going to come to Magnet Media Files here in my folder, and then I will choose this image. Remember, these are the image that was generated by Deco here AI. You can see we still have their logo here. So what we do first is, if we are going to use this image, we need to upscale it, because right now you can see the size is 58.6 kilobytes. So we have to upscale the image first before doing anything in Photoshop. So let's close this. And so let's open up Chrome. I love IMG. So this is the website. Click this. And once you click it, you click the first link and you wait for it to load, and then you come to this upscale image. I'm going to click this. So now it's time for us to select the image that I want to upscale. So select image, come here to your Magnet Media File folder. Let's open this up, and then we click this image. This is the image we want to upscale. We are going to click on open. So it's going to load. Once it's loaded, we now have to change the quality. So right now we are using this 2x to multiply the size. So you can see the before, you can see the after. So let's click on 4x. Click here. So this is the quality times 4. That's what this 4x means. So since we are good with this quality, the next thing is to save it. So to save it, remember our plugin. If you cannot find the plugin here, you just need to come here and say image downloader extension. Once you click this, you click the first link the extension is no more available. So let's click this. So you are going to click on Add to Chrome. So click on Add Extension. So you wait for Chrome to install the extension and you are good. So once the installation is complete, the next thing you are going to do, let's close this and close this tab. So the next thing you are going to do is come to this extension icon and pin this image downloader. So you click it. So you can be seeing it here. So now to save our image, you just need to come here and click this and then make sure you are on the first image. You can see the size is different from this size. This is 640 by 360, the original size. So this is the upscaled version. So you're going to come here and click on JPEG. So our image has been saved. Let's open up our image and this is our image. So let's rename it to boy. So I'm going to copy this image to our magnet media file location. So this is my magnet media file location. So I'm going to paste this. So this is our image. So now let's go back to Photoshop. Let's open up our folder. So this is our image folder. This is our image. So we are just going to drag this and drop it here on Photoshop. So remember, we want to separate these two images. So the first thing we are going to do, double click here. And once you see this window, just click OK. So the next thing is to come here and click on select subject. So let's click it and wait for Photoshop to load. So once it is done loading, you come here, make sure you are selecting this two. If it's here, make sure you hold your mouse, just hold the left button and then you click on this polygon lasso tool. So now make sure your arrow is on this layer, on this boy layer. So let's right click and the option you are going to choose is layer via cut. So let's click this. So you can see we have two layers already. So this is the boy and this is the background. So let me toggle off this so you can see. Photoshop has cut out the boy. So let's toggle on this and let's toggle off this. You can see we have the boy alone here. So this is our background layer. You can even rename it. You can rename this. You can rename this layer and say background. And then this layer one should be boy. Let's rename this. So that's the first step. The next step is to toggle off this and then make sure you are clicking this, you are selecting on this. So let's select this. So what you are going to do, make sure you are still on this tool, this polygon lasso tool. So you are going to trace this edge of this boy. You are going to trace the edge. So I'll start from here. I'll start tracing like this. You just need to click and drag around, just click and drag around the boy, trace the boy. And then our final click will be here. So once we are done doing this, you need to right click on this image and then come to fill. Just come to fill here. Make sure this is on 100% and then you click OK. And make sure this is on content aware. So let's click OK now. All right, so you can see the image has been filled up. It doesn't have to be perfect. Yes. So I'm going to right click, just right click here and say deselect. So now you need to toggle on this boy. Let's toggle it on. You can see now, this is what separating means. So we are able to separate the images. So if I toggle off this, you only see the background. And then if I toggle it on and I toggle off this, you only see the boy. So we've separated the two images. Okay, so in the last video, we were able to separate the boy from the background. So this is the boy and this is the background. So what we are doing next is to create a new project. is with this dimension 1920 by 1080. Since it's a video we are going to be creating. So let's come here to file and say new. So we are going to come here and type in 1920 by 1080 and make sure the resolution is 300. So I'm going to click create now. So this is our new project. So what we are going to do is come here to this project. Make sure you are clicking this selection tool. So you are going to hold Control on your keyboard and click this image. So I'm selecting these two images already. So I'm going to drag them. So just hold it and drag it here. And then you drop it here. So once you do that, you hold Alt on your keyboard. Once you hold Alt, you can click the edge and then reduce it here. Let's reduce the size. So once you drop it, this time you hold on Shift. Just hold Shift on your keyboard and come to this edge and then you drag it till it fits this project. So you can undrop it and click Enter. So you can see we have the boy, you have the background. You can delete this last layer. So let's delete it. Let's check our roadmap. You can see, arrange how you want your scenes to look like and make sure they are layered accordingly. So let's arrange our scenes. So remember we downloaded some elements. So in our magnet media folder, you can see we have this image, this gold stack and coin stack image. So what we are going to do is drag this gold bar stack and drag it in Photoshop. Once it opens, you come on remove background. So let's click this. So the image has no background anymore. So what you are going to do is drag, just hold your mouse and drag this to our project. So now let's reduce the size. I'm going to hold Alt and then reduce the size. You can see. So after that, you can see the boy is in front of this gold bars. So we need the gold bars to be the first image we see before the boy. So to do that, you have to come here and drag this gold bar on top. So let's rename this. So I'm going to block this deco here AI and then hold Alt to increase the size of this image. I'm going to place it here and click, then press enter. So the next image we are going to use, the next element is the money element. So let's say we can use this coin stack or use this. Let's work with this. So this image, we are going to import it to Photoshop too. So I'm going to drag it here on Photoshop. So you can see the quality is very bad. So to fix that, let's close this. So we go to our upscaling website and then let's click on this I love IMG and then we click on upscale image. So let's select our image. You can select the image here. Locate the magnet media file and then let's click this money. So you wait for it to upscale. You can see the quality is different now a bit. The quality is better. So let's use 4x. So this is better. 4x is better. So we can now come here. Let's close this image eye. So we come here again, click it, and then we click the first one. Just put your mouse here and click on JPEG. So this is a new version of the image that is sharper. So let's copy this to our magnet media file location. I'm going to paste it here. So once I do that, I'm going to go back to Photoshop. So let's drop our image here. So this is the money image. Let's rename it to money. I'm going to drag it in Photoshop. So once I do that, the same option, I'm just going to come to, let's first double click it here and click OK. So I'm going to click on remove background. So let me click it. So you wait for it to remove the background. So this has no background anymore. And then the next option is to drag it and then bring it to our project here. So once you do that, you hold Alt on your keyboard and reduce the size, and then you put it here. So make sure the layer is above. So this is how you arrange your scenes in Photoshop. You can see this is without the background, this is with the background, this is the boy without the boy, and then we can remove the gold bar. Okay, so let's toggle off all these elements. Toggle off this, toggle off this. So in case you want to remove this decor here, AI, you want to clear it a bit, you can just come here. Make sure you are selecting this background. Then you come here to this tool, hold it and click on lasso tool. Once you click on lasso tool, you just hold your mouse and draw around this decor AI. Just draw around it. Once you trace it, you can now right click and click on fill. Or you can just click this icon here. Just click this icon here. Click on this fill and then fill. You choose content aware fill and you click OK. So you can right click and click deselect. So you can see the decor.ai is not there anymore. You can now bring back your elements. So let's save this as PSD. We've been able to arrange our scene and then we made sure it is layered accordingly. And then let's save it as PSD. We're just going to come here to file and choose save as. So we can save it in our magnet media file and say scene 1. We are going to click save. So that's it on how to arrange your scenes in Photoshop. Okay, guys, so this was our scene 1. This was what we are able to create for our scene 1. So now we want to create our scene 2. Remember, we are following our script. So this was our scene 1 and this line is representing our scene 2. So let's create our scene 2 now. So what you will do is come here to file and click on new, or just press Ctrl N on your keyboard. So once you see this interface, you come here and select 1920 by 1080. If you can't find it, you can just come here to the width and type 1920. And for the height, you type 1080. And the resolution is 300. And then you click on create. So this is our scene 2. So let's zoom out. So what we do next is to go to our magnet media folder and pick the image that we want to use for our scene 2. The image that is representing this sentence, this line. So we have a lot of image here. So I'm going to set this to extra large so we can see them very well. These are the images we were able to get on the internet. So we just need to use a cinematic image. So we can use this, we can use this, we can use this. So let's work with this from free pick. Let's work with this. So I'm going to drag this image into Photoshop. Then I will zoom out a bit. Okay. So what we will try to do now is separate this boy from the background. So the boy is our foreground and this background, this wall is our background. So we need to separate them. So to do that, you double click on this and then you click OK. Then you come to select subject. So the subject is the boy. So the boy has been selected. And what we need to do next is add this table. So we add this table and these books as the part that we want to select. So to do that, we come to this tool and click it. Just hold your mouse and click the second option, quick selection tool. So once you choose the second option, you see this icon. So if you can't see this plus icon, if it's on minus here, make sure you are clicking plus. If I click on minus, this is what you get. You get the minus. So make sure you are selecting this plus. This plus means that we add and the minus means to remove. So we want to add areas. Well, the areas are the table and these books. So what I'm going to do now is start adding. So you hold your mouse to add areas and drag. So I've added this area. So I'm going to add this area too. I'm going to add this area too. So you can zoom in. You can just zoom in and add more areas. It doesn't really have to be perfect. Okay, so after adding the areas that you need, you can just zoom out and then right click on this boy and select this option, layer via cut. So you can see we have the boy layer here. Let me disable this background layer. So you can see we have the boy selected. So that's our first layer. So let's rename this to boy and boobs. Okay, so let's toggle off this boy layer and then toggle on this background. Our background is not nice at the moment because we've cut out the boy and the book. So we have to fix that. So you can rename this layer as the background layer or just use BG. Okay, so to fix this area that we cut out, you can just come here to this tool, polygonal lasso tool, then choose this option. And then you start tracing the cutout. Just click your mouse around this cutout. Doesn't really have to be perfect. Our aim is to fill it up, so just keep tracing the edge. And then let's finish our tracing here. Okay, so after selecting the cutout, you right click and come to this fill option. So once you do that, make sure you are selecting content aware too. This content aware. So you hit OK and wait for Photoshop to fill up the image. All right, so our background has been filled up. So you can right click and choose deselect. Then you can toggle on this boy and books layer. And we have our image separated. So this is our scene 2. This is our scene 2. So what we need to do now is move this 2 image to our scene 2 project. So this is our 1920 by 1080 project, our scene 2 project. So you have to come back here and make sure you are selecting this 2. Then you hold Control on your keyboard and then select this 2 layer. Once you do that, you can now come here and drag this 2 layer and drop it on your scene 2 project. So let's drop this on our scene 2 project. So what we are going to do is make sure we center it. So once we center it, then you hold Alt on your keyboard and then drag it so that we can fill it up with the frame. So this is okay. Then you hit enter on your keyboard. So this is our scene 2. You can just save this as scene 2 now. So come to File and you choose Save As. And then you save it as scene 2. Scene 2. And you click Save. Click OK. So this is our scene 2. So let me close this. So we have our scene 2 layer now. The boy and the boobs and the background. So you can delete this 3rd layer. Once you delete it, you can resave it again. Just resave it here. Save as scene 2. Alright, so our scene 3 is this line. So it's set out on an unplanned journey. So from here to this fortune. So this is our scene 3. Let's check the image we can use. So we can use this image. Let's see if we have more image we can use. You can also use this image. So let's try and use this image. So I'm going to drag this into Photoshop. And then we do the same thing. Double click here, click OK. And you choose select subject. So the boy has been selected. You don't really need to do anything more. So you just need to come here to this tool, click it. You can select any of these two, but I normally use this polygon. So you right click on the boy and click on layer via cut, just like we did. And we have the background. This is the background and this is the boy, the foreground. So you can rename these two. Just rename the layer to boy. Boy going. And you come to the background layer and rename it to the background. Train. Okay, so let's toggle off this boy layer because we need to fill up this cutout. So we are still on this tool. Make sure you are selecting this polygon tool. I'm going to trace this cutout. Okay. So we are done tracing the cutout, then you right click and choose fill. So if you can't see this fill option, it's because we are not selecting this background, this train background. So select it and then you come back and right click again and you can see the fill option. So you click fill and then click OK. All right, so right click and choose deselect. So we have our image filled. It doesn't really have to be perfect, you can see. So you can just come here and then you toggle on the boy. So we've separated the image. So now let's create our scene 3, the project. So you just come here to file, new, and you choose 1920 by 1080. Then you click OK. You can zoom out. So we come back to our boy and train image. Then you click on these two and make sure you are holding Control on your keyboard. So I'll hold Control and click this. So I can drag the two and place it on our project here, our scene 3 project 2. Now hold Alt to expand. So let's expand this image. Okay, so you hit enter. So you can now save this as our scene 3. So let's save this as scene 3. Scene 3. Make sure you are selecting Photoshop PSD and you click save. Alright guys, so that's how we create our scene 2. Let me close this. So this is our scene 2 and this is our scene 3 and this is our scene 1. So in the next video, we'll be animating them. Okay, so in this video, I'm going to help you understand how 3D camera works in After Effects and how to create animations using keyframes and also how to use 3D null objects. So basically what 3D camera does is just allows you to move around your scenes, do some zoom in and zoom out animation. You can do rotation, you can fly through layers and so on. So if you are new to keyframing and 3D camera in After Effects, this video is for you. But if you are familiar with 3D camera and how to do keyframing and how to use null objects, you can skip to the next video. So let's start with a test project. So I'm going to come here to new composition, click it, and then you choose 1920 by 1080, or you can just input these numbers here, and also make sure you are using 30 frames per second. So you click OK. Alright, so let's look for an image to work with. So I'm going to go to Photoshop. Let's use this image. So we have to separate this boy and the background. So let's do that the normal way we used to do. So we come here to the background, double click here and click OK. So you come here to select subject, you click it and wait for Photoshop to select the subject. So the boy has been selected, and what we are going to do is come here to this tool, polygonal lasso tool, hold it and click this. And so you come to the boy and select, just right click and choose this layer via cut. So as you can see, we have the background separately and we have the boy layer. So if I toggle off this, you can see the background. So our background is not nice right now, so let's fix that. So we come here to this polygonal lasso tool, you click this and then you trace around the edges of this boy, the subject. So let's trace around here. It doesn't really have to be perfect, you just trace around the edge and then let's finalize it. Alright, so after that you can now right click and come here to fill and make sure you are selecting content aware and you click OK. Okay, so the image has been filled up. So let's right click and choose the select. So we toggle on this boy layer and we have a nice separated image. So what we can do is rename this layer. Just rename the layer and say boy. And then you come here to and rename this, let's say BG. That's background. So what we are going to do now is come here to file and click on new. Then you make sure you are selecting the same dimension, 1920 by 1080, and you click OK. Make sure it's on 300 here. You click OK. So let's zoom out. So we are now going to drag all our layers from here to this project. So to do that, select this two, then you come here and hold Control, click this, and also click this boy layer. So while holding Control,
So after selecting the two layer, you can release the control button and then you hold this two layer and you come here and drag it here. Just drop it here. And you set it to the center and then hold Alt on your keyboard. And then you zoom in. Just scale it up like this. Then you hit enter. So once you scale it up, you can now select this boy layer. You can reduce the size a bit. Just reduce the size and then you can place it in the middle. Yes. Alright, so we have a nice composition. We can now save this now. So you come here to file and you choose save as. Let's save this as testing scene. So we're going to choose save and you click OK. Alright, so we go back to After Effects and then we import the file. So let's come here, import file, and then we look for the PSD file we saved, and this is it, testing scene. So you make sure you are importing as composition here. So just import as composition, then you click on import and then make sure it's on editable layers here. So you click OK. So this is a folder that was created for the layers. So you can see we have the background, the BG, and the boy. So I think this is an empty layer. Let's delete this. We don't need this. So what you are going to do is drag this two layers. So hold Control on your keyboard, click this, and then you drag this layer. So you can see now our background is on the top and the boy is at the bottom here. So that's why you are not seeing the boy. So you can just drag and put this here. Okay, so now we have the boy. So the next thing we do is create our 3D camera. So just right click here and choose new, then you come to camera. So make sure you are selecting one node camera here and leave it as it is. This custom settings, so 36mm here, 940 here, 39 here. So for this aperture, this f-stop, you can use 4, you can use 5. So I think 4 is okay. So you click OK. So we have our 3D camera now. So our 3D camera is ready and we have the background and the boy layer. So before we do anything, let's make these layers 3D. So just highlight them and click this icon. So our layers are now in 3D. Means we can control them using this 3D camera. So come here to this view layout and then you click it and choose two views. So this is our 3D space where we get to set up our scenes properly. So whatever we do here will reflect here. Yes, so the first thing we are going to do is come here and click this. Once you click it, you can see this boy layer is selected, but we want to select the background. So I'm going to click on this. So I have the background selected now. Then you put your mouse here on this Z axis and then you hold it and push it back. So what we are doing right now is just imagine this 3D space, this black space, imagine it as a field. So let's say you want to take pictures of someone. What you do is set a background and then you tell the person to stand on the background. So that's what it means. So this is our background layer and this is the subject. This is the person that we want to take pictures of. So what we do is set the background and then tell the person to stay in front of the background. So we don't want the person to be very close to the background. So that's why we have to push this background backward. So to push background backward is just come to this blue icon, this Z axis, and then you drag. So you can see as I'm pushing it forward, it's coming, and as I'm pushing it backward, it's going back. So that's the first step. So you can see this black edge, we don't want it. So once you push your background to the back, make sure you are still selecting on this BG layer. So you press S on your keyboard. This is the scale option. So you just come here and drag and scaling. So you see the background is scaling in now. Alright, so we are good with this shots. Okay, so we have a good distance between the subject and the background. So this is our background layer and this is our subject, which is the boy. So let's start creating our animation now. So let's start with our first movement, our animation. So let's take this back. So what we are going to do is come here and right click and then select new and choose null object. So what this null object means is we can use it to control our camera. Basically, that's what we can use it to do, just to control our camera. We don't want to control our camera directly because we will have limited options. So let's control our camera using null object. So you can rename this null object. Just right click and rename it. You can rename it to animation. So after that, you come here and turn this layer to 3D. This null object, just click here and turn it to 3D. Then you come back to your camera and then you hold your mouse on this icon. Once you hold it, you drag it and attach it to this animation null object. So let's drop it. So after that, you can come to this animation and then drop this arrow, and then under transform, you can drop this. So these are the same values we have on our 3D camera. See, yes, the same value we have on our 3D camera. So we can control our camera using this animation null object. So let's take this back. So let's create our first animation. Our first animation will be to zoom in on this shot. So we want to create a zoom in animation. So let's set our marker here to the beginning. So we are at 0 seconds now. So just come here under animation, this null object, and you press P on your keyboard. Once you press P, you get these values. So before we create our animation, let's understand what these numbers does. So this first value on the right controls this zoom in and zoom out of our camera. So if I hold it and I drag, you can see. So imagine this is our camera. As I'm dragging in, it's pushing in, and our shot is pushing in also. So if I take it back, if I drag back now, you can see it's moving, and also our shot is moving back. So this value here controls the zoom in and zoom out. So let me change it to 0. So this second value, this 540, controls the pull up and pull down of our camera. So if I drag it now, you can see our camera is panning up, and then if I drag it back, it's going down. So let me press Ctrl Z. So the final value here, this 960, is controlling the left and the right animation, like pan left and pan right. So if I hold it and I drag, our shot is going to the left side. So if I take it back here, our shot is going to the right side. So these are the values we are going to be using to control our camera. So let me press Ctrl Z. So our first animation, remember to set your timeline here. Your timeline marker should be here at 0 seconds. So let's take this back. So you click on this animation null object and then you press P on your keyboard. So it will bring out this position value. So you click on this icon, stopwatch. Then you move up to like 2 seconds. Just drag and move your timeline marker to 2 seconds. So what we are saying here is this first keyframe has recorded our animation. We are not doing anything at 0 seconds. So in 2 seconds, then zoom in. That's what we are telling After Effects. So we want to zoom in 2 seconds. So to zoom in, we come to this value. Remember, this value controls zoom in and zoom out. So we are going to hold our mouse and drag. You see our camera is moving and the shot is zooming in. So like this, we have created our first animation. So if I play back now, just press space on your keyboard. You see our shot is zooming in. So we have a nice zoom in shot. And let's say we want to add our camera to slide a bit, to slide up a bit. So you come to this value next, and then you hold your mouse and then you pull. You can pull up and you can pull down. So I'm going to pull down. So we've also recorded the animation process. So let's take this back and hit play on our keyboard. So finally, let's say we want to pan to the left side. So you set your timeline marker again to some seconds, and then you come to this last value, and then let's drag and drag. So let's play back our animation. Yes. So that's basically how 3D camera, keyframing, and null object works in After Effects. Alright, so more on 3D camera and null object and then keyframes. So we are able to attach our camera to this null object. Means all the values we have here, we can now have them in this null object, and we are able to control our camera, and we are able to create this animation, these keyframes. So let's now create a smooth animation, because this animation right now is still basic, it's not smooth enough. So let's dive in more to creating smooth keyframes and animation. So I'm going to reset and delete all this. So to do that, you can just come here to this and just click on this position, and you click on reset. So you can delete all these values. Alright, so remember, let's imagine we want to zoom out from the window to the boy. So to do that, we need to zoom in first. So let's zoom in. Remember to press P on your keyboard to bring out the position value. So you press P. So remember, this value controls our scale in and scale out. So let's scale in very well. So I'm going to hold the mouse and scale in. So as I'm scaling in, the camera is zooming in. So I'm going to now move to the left a bit. So remember, this value controls to move to the left and right. So I'm going to move. Let's move to this side. So I'm still going to continue to zoom in more. So let's zoom in more. Then I'll move to this side again. And then we zoom in more. Yes. So all this, we don't need to record the keyframe. We have to set our camera first before we press this record. So normally, if you want to shoot someone, like if you are a videographer, you want to take a pull in or pull out shot of someone, you first need to set your position to like in front of the person. Just for example, you have to face the person and then you walk back a bit. So that's what we are doing. We've moved our camera very close to the person. So in this case, we have the background. So we moved our camera to the background, and now we want to pull out. So let's come here to this position and then press record. So After Effects has recorded our main position right now. So we want to say in 2 seconds or in 4 seconds pull out. So let's set our timeline marker to 4 seconds. So we now have to start pulling out again. So remember this value. So you just start to pull out like this. So you pull out like this. And if you are pulling out, make sure you don't see this black edge. So let's pull him back a bit. So let's set the boy in the center. And then we pull out more. Yes. So if we play back our video now, this is what we get. Okay, so let me set my preview to third. So if your system is not playing back very well, just set to third. So let's play back. You can see this is a nice animation. So let's play back one more. All right. So we have our zoom out animation. Now let's smoothen it out. What we are going to do is smoothing out the keyframes. Right now the keyframes are just basic, so we have to make them smooth. So to make them smoother, you can come here and highlight the 2 keyframes and then choose this squad in the flow plugin. So if you don't have this flow installed, there is a tutorial in this file to install the flow plugin. So once you install the flow plugin, you can just come here to Windows extension and then you choose flow. So it will show here. So just click this and click apply. You can see our keyframes has changed. So if I play back now, this is what you get, a more smoother animation. You can see, very smooth. Let's play back again. So if you don't have flow, another way to do this, let's press Ctrl Z I'm going to press Ctrl Z. So we are at our normal keyframe. So you come here to this graph editor. Just highlight these two keyframes, then you press F9 first. Press F9 on your keyboard. So I will press F9. It will change to this, and then you come here to this graph editor. So this is what you get in the graph editor. So what you are going to do is click this edge, and then you drag it in. Just drag it in like this. So what this means is our animation will start very fast here, and then it will slow down here. This is what this curve means. So our animation will start very fast like this, and then once we get here, it will slow down. So let's play back. You can see it slows down. So it depends on how long you want the animation to take. So right now we are at 4 seconds. If I want to increase the animation to like 6 seconds, I'm just going to come here and drag this line. So if I play back now, this is what you get, a more smoother animation. Alright, so that's it. But since we have the flow plugin, let's use flow. I'm going to press Ctrl Z. So we are at our basic animation right now. So just highlight these two keyframes, and then you choose squad, and then you can also control it here just to make it smoother a bit, or you leave it at default and you hit on apply. So if you play back now, you get a smooth animation. Okay, so we have a nice animation, smooth animation. So let's say you want to add some element to this animation. So you can also come here and right click here and say import. So whatever element you want to add, make sure it's in PNG format. So I'm going to add this PNG, shelf PNG. So I'm going to import it. So once you import it, you can drop it here. Let's say drop it in the middle here. So you can see it's behind the boy. So make sure the layer is in 3D. So you press here, make sure it's in 3D. So you can now press S. Make sure you are selecting the layer, then press S, and you scale it up. Once you scale it up, let's say you want to put this shelf behind the boy, maybe on the right side. So what I'm going to do is just hold the mouse and drag and put the shelf here. So another way to do it is to come here to this X axis, and then you can hold it and drag. You can see it's still moving. So you can control with the Y axis too. Maybe you want to drag up and down. So for now, let's just use the X axis. So I'm going to drag to the left. So if we play back our animation now, the shelf is going to animate with the boy. So that's it. So you can add any element and then make sure the element is in 3D. Then you position the element using P. If you press P, you get the position. If you press S, you get the scale option. So you can just resize it and position, and then make sure it's in 3D. So it's going to follow the animation. Alright, so let's say you want to add a rotation animation now. We've done scaling, we've done positioning. So let's try rotating. So if you want to rotate your footage, maybe you want to add a rotation animation. So on this animation layer, just press U to review your keyframes. So you press U. So once you review your keyframes, you can now right click and say new, and then add another object, new null object. So you can rename the null object animation 2. Animation 2. So once you do that, make sure it's in 3D. So you press here. So what we are going to do now is come here to our animation 1 and also attach it to animation 2. So click your animation 1, come here to this icon, hold your mouse, drag and attach to animation 2. So what this means is we want to continue our keyframing in this layer 2, this null object. We don't want to add the rotation here, we want to add it here in this layer. So to do that, you press R. Make sure you are selecting. Let's minimize this. So make sure you are selecting your animation too. This is where we will continue our animation. So make sure you are on this layer and then you press R. Then you will see the values to control our rotation. So before you do that, click on this animation and press U so that you can see your keyframes. So what we are going to do is now start rotating. So let's say we play and our animation zooms out like this. Then we want to rotate the shot. So what you need to do is come here to this Z rotation. This is what controls the rotation. So make sure you are setting your marker at the last keyframe here, this last keyframe. So once you do that, click here and then you press on this toggle animation, just record on this. So once you do that, then you move some frames. Once you move in, maybe like some seconds, then you now start rotation. You can see. So it has rotated the shot. So if you are seeing this black edge, just come here to this background BG. You can press S and then scale in more. So those black edges will disappear. So now the trick we are going to do is we want the shot to be rotating as the camera is zooming out. Because right now what we have, if you play this, the animation has stopped before the rotation kicks in, you can see. So it's not really nice. So what you can do is set your keyframe to this, just drag, and then you drag these two. So once you drag the two keyframes, then highlight them and press F9 on your keyboard. So let's play back now. You can see our shot is rotating just immediately before the animation stops. Let's play again. So that's it. So you can do a lot with the positioning, the scaling, and the keyframing. So also remember, if you don't know how to use this graph editor, you can just highlight these two keyframes and then you choose this squad and then you click on apply. You can see very smooth animation. So that's it on understanding how the camera and animation works and keyframes. So in the next video we are starting our main project, our main animation project. So this is where we get to animate all the scenes that we created in Photoshop using 3D camera and null objects. This is where we get to do it. This is where we animate our main project. So I want you to really calm down here and follow these steps. And I've created an animation guide here. So this will guide you in case you made some mistakes. You can just come back to this and then follow all these steps. So our first step here is open After Effects. After Effects opened already. So create a 1920 by 1080 composition with 30 frames per second and in 20 seconds. So to do this, you come here to this new composition. So once you click it, so you can see you can rename the comp 1 to whatever you like. So you can rename this, just rename this, let's say my animation. So make sure you are typing in 1920 and then here 1080. So the frame rate should be 30 seconds and 30 frames per second. So then the time here, the duration is 20 seconds. Just set this to 20. If it's in 15, you can just type in 20 here. Just highlight this 20 and you click on OK. So we are done with creating our composition now. So the next step is import all scenes as composition. So to do that, you come here to After Effects. So you can press Ctrl I on your keyboard or just right click here. It's still the same thing. You can just right click, choose import, then choose file. So now we are going to select our scenes, the scenes we created in Photoshop. So this is our scene 1, scene 2, scene 3. So you are going to select all this. So hold Ctrl on your keyboard. Then you press this. Select this one, select this scene 2, select scene 3. So after you are done selecting the 3 scenes, you come here and choose composition. Remember we have to import all scenes as composition. So that's what we are doing here. Just choose composition. Then you click on import. So our scenes have been imported and these are the layers for the scenes we created. So what's the next step? Import your voice over audio. So come back to After Effects, right click here, choose import file, or you press Ctrl I directly. So let's look for our voiceover audio. So this is our voiceover audio. These files are available in the tutorial project, so you get all these files so you can practice with them. So let's import our voiceover audio. So I'm going to press import here. So what's the next step? Drag audio to timeline. So let's drag our audio. This is our timeline. Drag it here. So the next step is create markers for animation. So what that means is come here, just drop this arrow down, then you drop this audio, then you choose this waveform. This waveform, just drop the arrow to. So you can see this is where our audio started. Let me play back.
A young boy inherited his dying father's wealth, only to discover that there were more hidden secrets to uncover.
Alright, so this is our narration, this is our voiceover. So and it's starting here. So we have to start from here. So we have to start creating our markers now. So to do that, make sure you set this timeline marker, set it here. So once you do that, you can now come here and drag and then you stop here. So once you do that, you can now drag and then drag again, pull this, just pull this to the start to 0 seconds. So we've cut out all those blank parts. That's what we did. So if you play back now, it's starting directly. Alright, so let's create our markers now. So to create our markers, this audio from here to this wealth is our scene 1.
A young boy inherited his dying father's wealth.
So this is our scene 1. So to mark it, to create the marker, just click this arrow. So we have our marker placed for scene 1. So you click and play again. So you can click here for play, or you press space on your keyboard. So let's play.
Only to discover that there were more hidden secrets to uncover.
Okay, so this is our scene 2. So you can create a marker again. So just press here. So we have, it means scene 1 we start from here and end here. Then scene 2 we start from here and end here. So let's create marker for the last scene.
So he set out on an unplanned journey to reveal the mysteries of his father's fortune.
Yes. So we are going to create this marker again. So that's how markers work. We are creating markers now. So we say scene 1 starts here, then it will stop here. So scene 2 will start here and it will stop here. And also scene 3. So it means this first audio.
A young boy inherited his dying father's wealth.
So it means this audio from a young boy to dying father's wealth. This is the scene that we will use for it. This scene. So now from here, from this audio, from this side.
Only to discover that there were more hidden secrets to uncover.
Alright, so we have our scene 2 for the secrets to uncover. The boy opening the book. And then finally, he sets out on a journey. This last verse. So this is the scene 3. So we've already created our markers now. So after creating the markers, you can come here and reduce to the end of the audio. Just this end here. So just reduce. So once you do that, you right click and say trim comp to work area. So what this means is we will just get exactly from where the audio starts and then we end our timeline in where the audio ends. So that's it. So the next step now is, let's check, trim to comp size. Yes, we've done that. So drag scenes to timeline. That's our next step now. So let me come here and minimize all this. Okay, so we want to drag our scenes to the timeline. So if you check our guide here, it says drag scenes to timeline, and then make sure you are dragging subjects and backgrounds first. This is first. Okay, so we want to make sure we are dragging our subject and background. So what that means is we come here under our scene layers. So this is scene 1. So you drop this arrow, then you choose the background and the boy. That's the two we are dragging now. Don't drag this element. Don't drag the gold and money. just drag this background and boy. So I'm going to hold my mouse and drag this background and put it on top here. Then I'm also come here to the boy and drag the boy. So we have the background and the boy now. So what's the next step? So we said change colors and rename to organize layers. So before we do that, before we change colors, let's drag for scene 2. Let's come here to scene 2. Remember, we are dragging the boy and the background. So fortunately, scene 2 only has the boy and the background, no elements. So you can drag and say this is our scene 2. Just drag like this, and then you put the boy here. So it will always be background and then the boy on top, background and then the boy on top. So for the scene 3, let's drag 2. So this is our scene 3 layer. Just drop this arrow, come here to the background, drop the background here, and then the boy, and you drop it here. So what's the next step here? It says change colors and rename to organize layers. So let's rename first. So this is our boy scene 1 and this is our background scene 1. So let's rename it very well. I'm going to say boy scene 1. Come here and say rename. You can say BG, that's background scene 1. So we have boy scene 1, we have background scene 1. So this is boy scene 2 and background scene 2. So I'm going to say boy scene 2 here. Boy scene 2. And then we say BG scene 2. I'm going to say BG scene 2. So finally, let's rename the scene 3. So boy scene 3. And then BG scene 3. Alright, so that's it on renaming. So now let's change colors. So you select the boy scene 1 and BG scene 1. Then you come here to this color, this purple color. So right click and choose any color you like. So let's say yellow for this. So you can see it has changed to yellow. So for the scene 2, let's leave it as it is for scene 2. So let's change scene 3 color. So you choose boy scene 3 and then BG scene 3. You come here to this purple color, right click, and then let's choose pink. So we have yellow, purple, and then pink. So this way we get to know the layers and get familiar with them very well. Okay, so we are done renaming and then we are done changing the colors of our layers. So for this voiceover, we can delete it. We can delete it for now. Since we've already marked our timeline, we've created markers. So let's delete the voiceover. So also, I think I didn't tell you how to select these 2 layers. So if you are a new person in After Effects, if you are a beginner in After Effects, so to select 2 layers at the same time, you can just hold Control on your keyboard and then you select the first layer and the second layer. So let's say no layer is selected right now, so I'm holding Control on the keyboard. I'll select scene 3 for example, and then the boy scene 3. So I've selected 2 layers. So that's how you select 2 layers, and then you right click and change their colors. So let's say green. Alright, so our next step is to let's check. Okay, we are done dragging, we are done renaming. So this is our next step. Make all layers 3D. So remember to make all layers 3D. Just select all these layers and then you press this 3D icon. So all our layers are in 3D right now. So what's the next step is to add 3D camera, one node and a null object. So right click here to do that. Come here to new and say camera. Now make sure you are selecting one node camera here. So you can input all these settings or you can just choose custom here. Just select custom. So for the f-stop here, you can use 5 or 4. So let me use 4. Now you click OK. So this is our 3D camera. So what next is and a null object. So let's create a null object. So I'm going to right click again, come here to new and say null object. So the next step is make null 3D and then attach camera to null object. So we are going to make our null object 3D. So now it's in 3D, then you need to attach it to this camera. You attach this camera to our null object. So click on the camera. Remember the way we did it the last time. So you click on this camera, you come here to this icon, then you hold your mouse and drag, and then attach it to this null one. So what's the next step? So switch to 2 view. So remember how we switch to 2 view. You come here to this view layout. So you select and then choose 2 views. So this is our 3D space. Whatever we do here, we will see it here. It will reflect here. So what's next is arrange scenes side by side using x-axis in 3D space. So let's say x-axis. So we want to arrange our scenes side by side using x-axis. So before we do that, I will advise you to rename this null layer. So just rename it. Right click and rename and say animation. Scene 1. So animation scene 1. Yes, just rename it like that. So now what we want to do now is arrange scenes side by side.
So how do we arrange our scenes side by side using the x-axis in 3D space? So we need to do this. So what we are going to do is come here to our project and you click on this boy scene 1 and then you hold Control on your keyboard and you press this BG scene 1. So there are 2 ways to push our scenes to the side. So you can either push from here, which is our 3D space, this black space. Just place your mouse here on this red arrow. So if you want to zoom in, you can push your mouse wheel to zoom in. Then you push it out to zoom out. So this is the red arrow for our x-axis. This controls our x-axis and this controls our z-axis, this blue. So for now, we need the x-axis. So you can see it's also here. So we can actually push, we can push from here and we can also push from here. Whatever we do here, we reflect here. And whatever we do here on this scene, this page will reflect here too. So let's push from this 3D space. So I'm going to zoom out a bit. So make sure you are selecting the boy scene 1 and boy scene 2. Then you put your mouse here. Immediately you put your mouse here, you will see the X icon. So just hold it and then you drag. So as I'm pushing, our scene is also pushing here too. So let me continue to drag. Then you drag and push to the left. So zoom out a bit. Push to the left. So I will advise you to leave a space between the scene. This is our scene 2. Our scene 2 is reviewed now because our scene 1 was the layer on top before. So our scene 2 has been reviewed. Since we've pushed it to the side, it reviewed our scene 2. So I will advise you to still push more. So let me zoom out here. So I'm going to push. Let's push more. I want you to leave a space, just a bit of space like this between them. So this is the space we leave between these 2 scenes, the scene 1 and scene 2. So this is our scene 1 and this is our scene 2. So we've pushed our scene 1 to the left side. So now let's push our scene 3. So the reason why we are not pushing scene 2 at all is because our camera will start here. Our animation will start from scene 1 and then it will move to scene 2. So scene 2 is already in position. We don't need to push it again. So the only layer we need to push now is our scene 3. So let's push our scene 3. So you click on this boy scene 3 and then the BG scene 3. You press Control on your keyboard and you select the 2. So now the same thing we did, the way we push scene 1, just place your mouse here and then you use the X. This time you push to the right. So as I'm pushing, you can see it's revealing here. So push and push. So try and leave the same amount of space between scene 1 and scene 2. So leave the same amount of space here in between scene 2 and scene 3. So let me select again. So select the boy scene 3 and then BG scene 3. So let's push more. Remember we are pushing with X, so push more. So I think we have the same exact space between these scenes. So what's the next step? Let's check here. So Now, push all BG to back using Z-axis and rescale them to fit screen. So what this means is we come here, we select all our BG. Remember, it says push all BG. So it means just the backgrounds alone. We are going to push the backgrounds alone. So let's come here. You select BG scene 1, hold Control on your keyboard, select BG scene 2, select BG scene 3. So we are now going to push them back using the Z axis, not the X. This is the X, this is the Z. So we are pushing with the Z axis now. So let's push. You hold your mouse and drag. So we stop here. So let's zoom in. Push your mouse wheel to zoom in and zoom out. So now that we've pushed our backgrounds to the back, all our backgrounds will be exactly the same size like this. So we are seeing these black edges. So what do we need to do? Rescale them to fit screen. So we need to rescale them to fit our composition. So let's rescale the backgrounds, all the backgrounds alone. So make sure you are still selecting BGs in 1, BGs in 2, BGs in 3. So we want to rescale them. How do we do that? You press S on your keyboard. Just press S. So it will bring out the scale properties. So you can just hold any of these numbers and then you push it till it fits the screen. So if push down, you can push more. So what you need to do now is push them till this space between them. You have to push them till the backgrounds are almost touching each other. So let's push more. You can see now. So let's push more like this. All right, this is okay. So this is okay. So we are done with this step and we are done with this step. So if backgrounds are overlapping, give them spaces side by side, then push to back and rescale again. So if our backgrounds are overlapping too much, maybe like this, for example, let's say backgrounds in 1, backgrounds in 2, backgrounds in 3. If you are scaling them and you notice they are overlapping like this, you can see the yellow is almost in this this scene 2. So you have to set them, just push them back a bit and let them touch each other like this. It's okay like this. So that's what this step is telling us. We are done with pushing our backgrounds to the back, and we also scaled them up to cover the black areas that was revealing. So also remember to save your project. Just come here to File and choose Save, or you come here to Save As, and then you give it a name. So this is the project name I'm working with right now, Practice. So just click on Save and then choose Yes. So I want you to master this 3D space very well. So you can see these are the backgrounds. The ones at the back here, these layers. If I select all these layers now, you can see all the BGs have been selected. So all these layers at the back is our background. And then all these layers is the subject, the boy. So if you are not seeing it like this, if you are not seeing this view, you can just come here to this and choose top. If I put it in left now, you can see it has changed, but get familiar with top. Top is more easier. And also make sure you work in 3 view. In 2 views. Once you are working in a 3D space, make sure you choose 2 views. So what we are doing next, let's check here. So it says decide on how you want to animate the scenes. So our animation is starting from scene 1. So we want to start from scene 1 and then we push to scene 2 and then we push to scene 3. So these are the 3 scenes we created in Photoshop. So we already have our animation guide. We already know what we want to animate. So we want to animate from scene 1, then animate to scene 2, and then finally animate to scene 3. So let's minimize all this. So right now, the reason why we are seeing this scene is our camera is on scene 2. So how do we know our camera is on scene 2? Come here and click this camera. You can see this angle is our camera, and right now it's on scene 2. So what does our guide say? Our guide says push 3D camera to scene 1 using X axis. So this is what we are going to do now. So let's come back to After Effects. So our camera is on scene 2.
So how do we push our camera to scene 1? So you can just come here and place your mouse here. You can see at the bottom of the camera, this is the X axis. This is the Z axis. So push it, just put your mouse on the X axis and then you hold it and push. You can see as I'm pushing, the camera is also pushing. So just push to scene 1 completely. So you can see this black area is revealing and we don't want it. So you have to push to the center. So come back to this X axis and then you push like this. All right. So we've pushed our 3D camera to scene 1. So now we need to start our animation. So what's the next step? Start animation from scene 1 using null 1. So this null 1 is our animation 1. So this null 1 is our animation scene 1. So if you create a new null, you just get null 1. If you create another null, you get null 2. So you can rename them to animation scene 1 or scene 2. So at the moment, you only want to animate this first scene. So that was why we renamed to animation scene 1. So it means this null object will only animate scene 1 alone for us. This null object. And we've attached it to our camera. So now let's start our animation. So I'm going to press P on the keyboard. So you press P, it will bring out the position values. So once you see this position value, the next thing is to come here, drag this marker and place it on this marker that we've created already. So place it here. Then you click on this position keyframe, this stopwatch, just click it. So after you click this, just come back here and then you drag this marker again to 0 seconds. So we are in 0 seconds right now. So what you now need to do is hold and zoom in. Remember this value controls our scaling. So I'm going to scale in. As I'm pushing in, you can see our scene is pushing in. So you push in very well. Then you use this to bring the camera down. So I'm going to push to the right, bring the camera down. Don't let this black space reveal. So let's push it up a bit. So I'm still going to come back to the scaling and then scaling more. Then this time around, I'm going to use this value to push. Let's push here. All right. So you can bring the camera down a bit and then push in more. So let's play back now. Just hit this play or you hit on space bar on your keyboard. So let me hit space bar. You can see our animation. Yes. So we've animated from this to this. So this is our animation. This is what we recorded. So let me play back again. And stop. All right. So what's the next thing? Create your movement using keyframes. Pull in, pull out. So we already did that. So the next step is to smoothen the keyframes with Flow or Graph Editor. So how do we do that? Just highlight these two keyframes and you press F9. So once you press F9, you come here to this Graph Editor, you click it. So if you cannot see this, just right click and say Edit Speed Graph. Just mark this. Let me unmark it. So in case you are finding this, just right click and say Edit Speed Graph. So you get this. So the next thing you do is come here and click this icon, this point. Then you come here to this and drag, just drag in. So if you remember how we explained this, it means our animation will start very fast and then it will come down slowly. So it will follow this graph. So if you play back now, you can see our animation started very fast and then at this point it slowed down. So that's how you smoothen out the keyframes using graph. So you follow this curve. Let's click this dot. So this curve means start slowly and then at this point very fast and then you come down slowly again. So that's what this curve represents. So let me press Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z. So now we are going to use Flow. Flow is very fast, it's faster. So instead of you coming to
graph editor and then facing all those challenges, you can just use flow directly. So you highlight these two keyframes, just drag, you can just highlight. So just left click and then drag, select these two keyframes. Then you come here to quad. So after pressing this quad, you can smoothen out a bit here and here. Then you click on apply. So if you play back now, we get a more smoother animation. Let's play back. You can see. This is very nice. Alright, so we have our animation for scene 1. We are good with our animation for scene 1. So what's the next step now? So create a null object. That's null 2. So let's create a null object. Right click and choose new null object. So you can see null 2. So attach null 1 to null 2. So remember, we named our null 1 this animation scene 1. So let's rename these two. Right click and rename and choose animation scene 2. So instead of null, you can rename them to this. So now we want to attach, see, it says attach null 1 to null 2. So let me make this easier for you. So instead of null 1, just say animation scene 2, scene 1 to, let me copy this. So attach null 1, that is animation scene 1, then to null 2, which is animation scene 2. So we want to attach it. You come here to this animation scene 1, you come to this icon, hold your mouse, just left click, drag, and then attach it to this. Just drop it here. So we've already attached our scene 1 to scene 2. So the next thing to do now is come here, let's check. So animate to scene 2 using null 2. So we want to animate our video from scene 1. We want to animate it from scene 1 to scene 2. So that's what it means here. To animate to scene 2 using null 2. So let's do that. So we want to animate from this scene to this scene. So I think it's supposed to be animate from scene 1 to scene 2. So let's change it. Animate from scene 1 to scene 2 using null 2. Yes. So let's animate now. You click, make sure you are clicking this animation scene 2, the null object, and make sure it's in 3D. That's the first most important part. Make sure it's in 3D. So you select 3D like this. So you press P. So once you press P, make sure you are setting this timeline marker to the last keyframe. This is the last keyframe. This is our first keyframe. This is the last. So make sure you set this marker, this blue marker, set it here. Centered like this. Yes. So once you set it, so what's the next step? So create your movement using keyframes. Pull in, pull out. So this time we are not pulling in. The animation will be for us to pull to the left. So we can pull to the left. So let's change this to pull to the left. Create your animation movement using, so this is just a sample. Pull in, pull out. You can just say pull left or right. So we want to create our movement using keyframe. So let's pull to the left. Remember, our animation scene 2 is here. This is our scene 2. So we want to push our camera. This is our camera now. Our camera position is still in scene 1, still on scene 1 here. So we want to push it to scene 2. So how do we do that? So instead of us pushing, remember we pushed like this the last time. So instead of us doing that, we are going to use the position, this position keyframe. These are the values that we are going to use. So to do that, let's create our first keyframe. So you come here and then you place your mouse on this icon and you click it. So once you do that, you can now drag this blue marker and drag it to this marker, this number 2. So you can now start pushing. So let's push now. Remember, these values control the push left and right. So we are going to push like this other side, push to the right. You can see as I'm pushing, it's revealing our scene 2. So you push more, our scene 2 is already showing up. So let's push more. Let's push more. So once you push, you stop here. Just before it covers the entire screen, you stop here. So once you stop here, our keyframe is already created. This is our keyframe. So right now, you move this marker again a bit. So you move it a bit forward. Then you continue the pushing. So you push finally till you don't see scene 1 anymore. So let's push like this. So make sure the boy is in the center. Like this. Alright. Just highlight this tree. Highlight this tree. Press F9. Once you press F9, you come here to this graph editor. This time, this is what we are going to use. So once you click the graph editor, you see this middle icon. This is our middle keyframe. You double click on this, then you choose continuous. Just activate this, and then you click OK. So once you do that, you can now come here to this middle keyframe, because this is keyframe 3, this is keyframe 2, and this is keyframe 1. Just like this. These are keyframe 1, keyframe 2, keyframe 3. So this is what we will work with. So click here, graph editor. Then you hold your mouse and drag till the line is straight like this. Just drag like this. You can see our graph, you see, is straight now. The curve is straight. So that is what we want to achieve. So let me press Ctrl Z to take it back again. This is how it was. So after we double click and we choose continue, you press OK. Then you hold and drag this middle keyframe. Just drag it like this. Alright. So once you do that, you can now move it to the center. Just this keyframe alone, move it to the center. Okay, let's check. So we are okay like this. So you can come here and just get this a bit. So let's play back now. Let's take this back. So play from here. It stops and then it moves. You can see very slowly. So that's our animation for scene 2. So you can just follow this step. If you follow it very well, you get it. So for the sake of the tutorial, for you to get it very well, I'm going to delete everything and do it again. So it will be easier for you. So let's go back to our last animation. So I'm going to come here and say, let me right click and choose reset. And I will delete all this. So right now, we only have our animation scene 1. You can see. So we want to move to scene 2 now. So you select this animation scene 2 and then you press P. If you are not seeing this animation scene 1, if you are not seeing these keyframes, you press U. U is to hide it and then U is to reveal it again. Just press U, select it and press U. It will reveal the keyframes. So in case you are not seeing it, that's how you get to see the keyframes. If it's minimized like this, we are not seeing the keyframe on animation scene 1 anymore. And it's very important for us to see it. So you just click this animation scene 1 and then you press U. So it will reveal the keyframes. Alright, so we are on this layer. Let's say this is minimized. So you select animation scene 2 like this and then you press P. So once you press P, you come here and record this current position. We'll tap here. So once you click it, you see our keyframe is created. So we now move forward a bit, maybe around the middle. So around the middle like this, you start your animation. So let's push to the left side. So I'm going to push. Okay, let's push to the right. So push to the right, push more, push more, push. So I'm going to stop here. We are still seeing our scene 1. You can see our scene 1 is yellow. So we are still seeing it. And this is our scene 2. So just leave a bit of scene 1. Then you come here and drag again. Maybe to here, finally. On this marker. So you can now push completely. So Let's push. Then push very well. All right, so we are on the scene 2 now. Okay, so you now come and highlight this keyframe, these 3 keyframes. 1, 2, 3. Just drag and highlight like this. And then you press F9 on your keyboard. So you press F9. It will change to this. Then you come here to this graph editor. You click it. So you come to this middle keyframe. Double click and then choose continuous. Once you mark it, you click OK. So you're now going to hold this middle keyframe. Just hold it. Yes, till you get it like this. So once you do that, let's click this graph editor. So this is how it looks like. Then you set it to the center. So once you set it to the center, let's come back again to our graph editor. So you come here to this first keyframe. Let's smoothen out a bit. Just a bit. All right, we are good. So you click this graph editor to go back. So let's play our video. I'm going to play. You see our first animation and slowly it pans here. Yes, that's it. So now in the next video, we are going to animate to scene 3, our final scene. Okay, so let's continue our animation. So this was what we created. We created our motion from scene 1 and we slowly move to scene 2. So let me show you something interesting here. So this 3D space, this black 3D space, if you click our camera, you can see our camera stopped here. This is where we've stopped our animation. This is our camera, this angle. So if I start moving my playhead, if I come here and I start moving, you can see the camera is also moving. So this is what it means. See, it means we zoomed in to scene 1, the boy, and we are moving out. You can see the camera is following our movement. So we zoomed out and then we push to scene 2. So once we push to scene 2, our camera stops. So all these keyframes is what our camera is following. So okay, so let's continue. So let's check our guide. So our guide says animate from scene 1 to scene 2 using node 2. So we've done that. So create your movement using, we've pulled to the left. This is what we did. We pulled to the left. So this is where we stopped. So now let's check. So it says smoothing the keyframes using fluid or directly. So we already did that. So if I highlight all these keyframes and I come to graph editor, see, so we are already smoothing out. So this time we use graph editor. So what's our next step? To add more movements to scene 2, pull in using another null object, which is motion for scene 2. So we will create another null object and we rename it motion for scene 2. So the reason why we are doing that, the reason why we need to add more movement to scene 2 is because if you bring our audio, let's bring our voice over. So let's drop it at the bottom here. Then let's show it. Let's show the wave. So you drop this arrow and then you drop this arrow again. Then you click on this wave. Just drop this waveform. So you can see this is our waveform. This is our audio. So let's set it to the start. Let's just push. Just hold it and push. Push to the start here. Yes. So let's play back.
A young boy inherited his dying father's wealth, only to discover that there were more hidden secrets to uncover.
Okay. So there are more hidden secrets to uncover. This is where we add our movement. We still need to create another movement. Let's say you want to zoom into the boy's face to show that expression. We want to show the boy's face. So we do this to add more movement to scene 2. That's a pull in. We want to pull in to show the boy's face using another null object. So let's create another null object. So let's minimize this. Right click here, come here and say null object. Then you rename this. Instead of null for, just rename it to motion for scene 2. Let's make this cap. So motion for scene 2. So you make it 3D. Make it 3D. And then what's the next thing? So
So we already rename it to motion for scene 2. So attach it to animation scene 2. So let's do that. This is our animation scene 2. So we attach our animation scene 2 to this motion for scene 2. So it's supposed to be attach animation scene 2 to motion. Attach animation scene 2 to motion for scene 2. So this is what we do. Attach animation scene 2 to motion for scene 2. So this is our animation scene 2. So let's attach it. Come here to this icon. You attach it here. So once you attach it, you press P. That's the next step always. You press P to bring out the position. So now let's use our playback head. Let's drag this. So what we want to do is, as this scene 2 is revealing, we want to be zooming in. As it's revealing, we want to zoom into this boy's face and stop here exactly. So let's say our animation starts like this and then it's moving to scene 2. So as our animation is moving to scene 2, we want to zoom into this boy's face at the same time. So to do that, you click on this position, just set your playhead. You can set your playhead here, or you can set it here, just before this second keyframe. So let's click this, and then you click on this position. So once you click it, then you move to the final scene 2. Once it shows the scene 2, you can now scale in. So once you move your playhead to this place, so you remember this value controls the scaling. So let's scale in. All right, so we've scaled in. Let's highlight this keyframe. Press F9. So once you press F9, let's play back.
Only to discover that there were more hidden secrets to uncover.
You can see, very nice, smooth animation. So what you need to do now is you can just expand it and stop it here exactly where this last keyframe was. Just stop it here. So once you do that, you can move these two. Then this time you can highlight the two and click on quad. Let's use flow. Click on quad and you hit on apply. So let's play back, drag.
A young boy inherited his dying father's wealth, only to discover that there were more hidden secrets to uncover.
You can see, very smooth animation. So that's what we did for this line. We've added more movement to scene 2. So you are done with this. So add the pull in motion with keyframes. So that's what we did. This is the pull in. This is the
discover that there were more hidden secrets to uncover.
So that's the pull in motion. So we are done with that. What's the next step? So create a null object and rename to animation scene 3. So we want to create our movement for scene 3. We want to move to scene 3 now. So let's create another null object. So you right click here, come to new null object. So you rename it to animation scene 3. Animation scene 3. So once you rename it, make it 3D as always. Then we attach this motion for scene 2. We attach it here. So we always attach the last null. So attach the last null, that's motion for scene 2, to the new null that we rename to animation. So let's do that. So we attach this. We come here to this icon, hold it and attach it to this. So as always, you press P again. So click on this layer and you press P. Let's create our movement now. So we want to animate to scene 3 using null 3. So let's do that. So you set your timeline marker here. But as always, once you set it, you click on this record button and then you move your marker again. Let's move to this place. So now it's time to move, to create the movement. So remember, this value controls the left and right motion. So let's drag like this. Let's drag to the right. We want to move to the right. So let's drag to the right. So our scene 3 is almost revealing now. So let's continue dragging. So let's drag more. So let's stop here. So you can see we still have scene 2 on the screen. So let's stop here. So once we stop, you drag this marker again a bit, just like we did for scene 2, just to slow our pulling, just to slow it down. So once you drag it here, you can now continue the pull. So we pull to the right, we pull completely to the screen now. Let's pull completely. Let's stop here. So once we do this, you can now highlight all these keyframes. Let's smoothen them out. And you press F9. Once you press F9, you come to the graph editor here. So let's select all these keyframes and you press this graph editor. So the same thing we did for scene 2, you just come here to the middle keyframe, double click it and then choose continuous here. Just mark this. Then you click OK. So now, again, come to the middle keyframe, this dot, and then you hold your mouse, drag, and then you drag, and then you make it straight line like this. So once you do that, go back to the graph editor. So you set this to the middle. So once you set it to the middle, let's come back here, and then let's smoothen it out. So you come here to this first keyframe, then you drag a bit like this. So let's play back now. So I'm going to close this graph editor. So let's play back.
A young boy inherited his dying father's wealth, only to discover that there were more hidden secrets to uncover. So, he set out on an unplanned journey to reveal the mysteries of his father.
So this is a good animation so far from scene 1 to scene 2. So now we want to do the same. Remember we created a pull in for this scene 2. We added a pull in. So now I want to add a pull out. I want to add a pull out for the last scene. So how do we do that? Let's come back to our guide. It says create your movement using keyframes. But we've done that. Smoothing the keyframes with flow or directly, we've done that. So to add more movement to scene 3, that's the pull in. So we can let's use pull out this time, using another null object. So let's create another null object. Then we name it motion for scene 3. So let's come here. I'm going to right click on this empty. So right click and say new null object. Then we name it to animation for scene 3 or motion. Let's say motion for scene 3. So this is our motion for scene 3. So make it 3D as always. Alright, so to create our motion for scene 3, what's the next step? Set attach it to animation scene 3. So let's attach. So it has to be attach animation scene 3 to motion for scene 3. Yes. So let's do this. So let's attach this to this. So come here, click this, come to this icon, attach it to this, and then we are good. So as always, hit P again to review the position values. So now we come here and say, as soon as our shot is going to scene 3, pull out. That's what we are going to do. As soon as our shot is going to scene 3, pull out. So to do that, you set your marker. Just set your marker to this, to like this middle. So you click on position. So once you click on position, then you move your marker again. Move your marker again here to this last keyframe. Then you start pulling out. So this value controls our pull out. So let's pull out. Let's pull out. Let's pull out to the end, to the X frame. Yes, let's pull out and stop here. Once you are seeing this black bar, you can pull in back, just pull in back a bit to set your frame. Alright, so you have a nice pull out animation. So let's highlight this keyframe. Then you come to quad and then hit on apply. You can smoothen this out and you hit on apply. So let's play back our animation. Set your playhead here. Just drag it. So let's play back now.
A young boy inherited his dying father's wealth, only to discover that there were more hidden secrets to uncover. So, he set out on an unplanned journey to reveal the mysteries of his father's fortune.
Alright, so this is a nice animation so far. So I think you guys are getting it now. So the next video, we are going to block all this. We are going to block all this space between them. So that's what we are going to do. Block all this. Okay, so before we block all these parts, there is something I want you to notice here. So if we play back our animation from scene 1,
a young boy inherited his dying father's wealth.
You can see our animation paused before moving to scene 2.
Only to discover that there were more hidden secrets to uncover.
So our animation paused before moving to scene 2. And also scene 2 paused before moving to scene 3. So let's play back.
So he set out.
So let's play back from
more
here.
Hidden secrets to uncover.
See, it paused, then it moved.
So he set out on an unplanned journey to reveal the mysteries.
Basic for our animation. So to fix that, we fix them using these keyframes or these keyframes. So this is our first animation. This is our scene 1 animation. This is it. Animation for scene 1. So
a young boy inherited his dying father's wealth.
So animation for scene 2 starts here. This is animation for scene 2. So you just need to come to this keyframe, then you drag it back. Let's drag it back. So it means overlap. So it means overlap before animation 1 finishes. So that's what it means. So let me press Ctrl Z to go back. So what you need to do, you just click this first keyframe, then you drag it like this. And then once we play our video now.
A young boy inherited his dying father's wealth, only to discover that there were more hidden secrets.
Animation 2, we also do the same for it. So let's play back again.
A young boy inherited his dying father's wealth, only to discover that there were more hidden secrets to uncover.
So for scene 2, we also go to scene 3. This is our scene 3. This is our scene 3. So we also drag this back. So we say before scene 2 finishes, you should come in. So scene 3 should come in. That's what we are saying. So let's play back again.
A young boy inherited his dying father's wealth, only to discover that there were more hidden secrets to uncover. So he set out on an unplanned journey to reveal.
So you can see that's a very smooth animation. So there was no much pause anymore. So also for the final animation for this scene 3, let's check our audio. Let's check our audio here. Let's drop this. So our audio ends here. Let's say
planned journey to reveal the mysteries of his father's fortune.
So father's fortune. This is where our audio stops. So let's drag our keyframe to this. So just come here. This is our keyframe for scene 3, animation scene 3. So you can just drag like this. And then you drag like this, center. So this is it. And then for the pull-in motion, you can also, for the pull-out motion, just drag like this. Just to fit where our audio ends. So that's what we are doing. So this is where our audio ends this place. So we need to end our keyframe there too. So this is our keyframe. So let's play back now.
A young boy inherited his dying father's wealth, only to discover that there were more hidden secrets to uncover. So he set out on an unplanned journey to reveal the mysteries of his father's fortune.
All right. I hope you guys got that. So we've set our keyframes according to our script here, and the timing is okay now. Okay, so we want to block all this space between these scenes. So we want to block from scene 1 to scene 2. We want to put something here like an element, and also from scene 2 to scene 3 here, we have to block this space. So if we check our guide, it says block black bars between scenes using elements. So our elements, if we check, let's check this scene 1 layer. So our element here is the gold element and the money element. So let's use the gold element. So I'm going to drag this gold element, place it here, and this is it. So first, let me set our scene. So I'm going to set between scene 1 and scene 2. So this is scene 1, this is scene 2. So this is where we place the gold element.
So right now our gold element is here. You can rename this to gold or just leave it as it is. You can rename it to gold element or just leave it. So let's say gold. Let's rename directly from here and say gold for blocking. So gold for blocking. Yes. So then what we are going to do next is take this gold. Let's take this gold and let's change this transformation. Let's switch it. So you come here to this dot. You can see we have different dots. One here, one dot here, one dot here. So just hold your mouse and drag and switch. You want to switch the side. So then drag your gold element. Let's do like this dot. All right. So after that, we are still selecting the gold element here. So make sure it's in 3D. Just click this icon, turn it to 3D. And right now we can't see it anymore. So to fix that, you come here to this X axis, this X. Just place your mouse here. You can zoom in if you can't see it very well. So the red arrow here, the X. So you need to drag it. So let me zoom out. So I'm going to place my mouse here on the X and then drag. You can see our gold is now showing. So you drag and then you drag. So once you drag it to the center like this, you can now scale it up. So you press S on the gold for blocking this element, press S and then you click on and drag this scale option. So you drag it. So you place it here and then you drag again and place it here. All right, so this is how we block for this scene. So if you play back now, let's take our playback.
A young boy
So let's play back.
A young boy inherited his dying father's wealth, only to discover that there were more hidden secrets to uncover.
Yes. So you can see we've successfully blocked between scene 1 and scene 2. So let's play back.
A young boy inherited his dying father's wealth, only to discover that there were more hidden secrets to uncover.
All right, so if you like, you can still scale. You can scale the element a bit. You can scale this gold element more, just like this. Then you can set it. So you should play back now.
A young boy inherited his dying father's wealth,
Yes.
only to discover that there were more hidden secrets to uncover.
All right. So now we need to block scene 2 and scene 3. So you set this playhead and set it to the center again, center of scene 2 and scene 3. So let's say the center is here. Yes. Scene 2 and scene 3. So let's get our elements to block. So right click here and choose import file. And you select the shelf element. You will see this shelf element. You select this and then you import. So once you import, you can rename it. Right click and rename to shelf element. All right, so the shelf element is here. So what you can do is drag it to the top here. So you place it here. So once you do that, you scale it up. So you press S on your keyboard and then you drag like this. So once you drag, you now duplicate it. So you can press Ctrl D. Make sure you are selecting this element. So you press Ctrl and D. So it will duplicate, you can see. So you can place this also. So you place this by the side. All right, so we have 2 shelves now and you can select the 2. Just hold Ctrl and select the 2. Then you right click and say pre-compose. So you pre-compose and then you say shelves, just type in shelves. and then you say okay. So this is the shelf elements, and now you click on this 3D icon. Let's turn it to 3D. So you click this, so you can see it has moved to the left side. So to fix that, you place your mouse on this X. Make sure you are selecting on this shelf. Then you place your mouse here on this X axis. And remember, we want to block here. So you can just drag, hold the X and drag. Let's drag to here. All right, so we've blocked this frame, and let's check. You can see it follows our camera. It follows our camera, yes. All right, so if you notice, you can see this top. Let's fix that. So you can just come here. Let's take this back. You can just come here, and then these dots, you can use these dots to fix that. So let's fix that. So once you can set your marker here to fix it properly. Set your marker here to the last keyframe. Then you come here to this hand tool, and you drag like this. So once you drag, you click this back selection tool, and then you click on these dots, and then you scale it up like this. And that's it. So let's set back. Let's zoom, press this, drag, and then press this back. So let's play back our video from scratch.
A young boy inherited his dying father's wealth, only to discover that there were more hidden secrets to uncover. So, he set out on an unplanned journey to reveal the mysteries of his father's fortune.
Yes. So this is our animation, and we've blocked all the black parts. So what's the next thing to do is, let's come here to our script and say, this is our guide, and blur backgrounds a bit, 10%. So what this means is, let's blur our background. So this is our background, like our BG. So you come here, BG is in 1. I think this is okay. We don't need to blur this. So let's blur for scene 2. So this is BG scene 2. This is BG scene 2. BG scene 2. We can blur this. So let's add blur. Come here and type in blur. So you choose let's say camera blur. So camera lens blur. So you drag this and then place it on the BG scene 2. Just place it here. So once you place it here, you see this is the control. So the blur radius, let's increase this. You can see it's blurring. Our shot is blurring, but it's too much. So I'm going to increase to maybe 8 or 10. So let's say 10. 10 is okay. So you can also now copy and paste the blur on this gold. So let's look for our gold. This is our gold element. So you can do the same. So you can just copy this, and then you go to our gold element. Where is our gold element? This is gold. This is our gold element. Then you paste. So you come to this edit, and then you hit on paste. You can see our gold is blurred too. So you come here like this, and then you play.
A young boy inherited his dying father's wealth.
You can see very cinematic. So let's reduce it. Let's reduce this. Let's use 5. So 5 is okay. So let's play back.
A young boy inherited his dying father's wealth, only to discover that there were more hidden secrets to uncover.
All right. So let's check this too. You don't need to blur this train background. It's okay. You don't need to blur this. So that's it for blocking and then blurring out the parts that we need to. So in the next video, what are we going to do? We are going to add text where we need and use the deep glue plugin. So we're going to add text and then use the deep glue plugin. Okay, so before we continue, we are going to check our video for anything, maybe anything wrong with our animation, so we can fix it up. So we are good in scene 1. So we are good in scene 2. And we are good. Let's check scene 3. So if you notice here, the boy, this image, you can see we are not supposed to see it here. This crop.
So to fix that, you come to the boy element. So this is the boy element. And if you come down here, you can see boy scene tree has been selected. So you press S on your keyboard and then you can scale it up like this. You can also set it to the center and use the Y. Alright, so if we play back now, we have a good position for the boy like this. Okay, so let's go to the next step. So we are here, add text where needed and use Deep Glow plugin. So let's add our text. So you just take this up. So you can close all these layers. You can close all this, just minimize. If it's confusing, you can just minimize everything. Then let's mute this audio for now. So we have our neat timeline. So let's add our text. So you can right click here and say new text, or you can come here to this T and then press it and then you type your text. So I'm going to use this T and then I'll place it here, type in here and say. So our text will be, let's set our scene. Okay, if you are saying this is because cap lock is on, so refresh disabled, release caps lock, so you turn off cap lock on your keyboard. So let's see where we want to place our text. So let me play back first. So I'm going to play back. Let me hit play. You can activate the voiceover. So let's activate it here. So let's play back now.
A young boy inherited his dying father's wealth, only to discover that there were more hidden secrets to uncover.
Okay, so let's stop here. So let's say we want to write hidden secrets here. So let's go back to our text layer and let's type hidden secrets. So let's delete this. So delete this first. Then you can come here and type here. Make sure you're selecting this T. Then you click here and type hidden secrets. Hidden secrets. Okay, once you are done typing, you come back here to this icon, selection tool. So now this is our text layer. So let's scale it up. Press S and then you scale it up. So right now cap lock is still on, so I'm going to turn off cap lock. So I'll press cap lock on the keyboard. Alright, so it's showing now. So you can drag this secret, drag it here. And the color is red. Let's change it. Just come here. If you cannot see this character tab, maybe you are here. So if you want to switch, just come here to this double arrow. Just click it and choose character. So this is our text and we have the scale option here. So you can increase the scale. Then you bring it down and let's put it behind this board. So before you put it behind our subject, so you can come here to this center, double click the text and you place this icon here and you break it. Let's break the text. So you hit enter. You can delete the space here between. So press backspace and then you hit enter and you get this. So we've break the text and let's come here to our icon here. So we want to put this text behind the board. So to do that, let's turn this text into 3D layer. So you come here and click this 3D layer. So we have our 3D layer here. So let's push it to the back. So come here to this Z axis, this blue icon here, this Z. So you push it back, you see, it's revealing at the back. So push it back. And after that, you can now come here to this Y axis and then take it up a bit. So we have the text hidden secrets and that's it. So let's check our guide and it says add text and we had text. So add deep glow plugin. So let's add deep glow. So you come here to this icon, go to effects and presets. Then you just type in glow. Just type in glow or you type deep glow. So once you type this, you drag this and place it on this text here. So you get this glow effect. So you reduce the exposure here. So you type in 0.1 and hit enter. So you get this nice glow effect. So let's take our timeline back like this. So let's play back.
A young boy inherited his dying father's wealth, only to discover that there were more hidden secrets to uncover.
Okay, so we have a nice 3D text. So if you like, you can scale it up. Just click here on the text and press S, and then you can scale it up. You can scale it more. Then you bring it down. So if you play back.
There were more hidden secrets to uncover.
All right, so you can do that. So I'm going to reduce it. And I will take it up. So let's say you want the hidden secret text, you want to animate it to make it come in characters in form of the letters one by one. So you can do that like this. Once it gets here, you come here and type in typewriter. So this typewriter, drag it on the text layer. So once you drag it on the text layer, you press U. Make sure you are selecting this, then you press U. So we've reviewed the text and the keyframe. This is the animation. So if I play it now, you can see the letters are coming in one by one. So you just need to place it where you really need the text to come in. So let's say like this.
Only to discover that there were more hidden secrets to uncover.
So means I have to shift these 2 keyframes back. So let's play back again.
Only to discover that there were more hidden secrets to uncover.
All right. So you can now reduce the timing so it will come in faster. So let's reduce. Let's play back.
Discover that there were more hidden secrets to uncover.
All right. So it comes in too fast. So we highlight the 2 keyframes and then shift again.
Discover that there were more hidden secrets to uncover.
All right. I think this is nice. So let's just shift more a bit. Reduce it.
Discover that there were more hidden secrets to uncover.
All right. More hidden secrets. I think we are good. We can shift a bit.
Discover that there were more hidden secrets to uncover.
All right. So later on, we will add a typewriter sound effect to this. So you can also make this smoother by highlighting the keyframes and press F9. So once you press F9, you can use this squad and then hit on apply. So let's play back.
Discover that there were more hidden secrets to uncover.
Yes, very smooth.
Discover that there were more hidden secrets to uncover.
All right. So that's how you add text and see. Make 3D text follow camera. So we already done that. Once you turn this 3D layer on, it's going to follow our camera. It's going to follow this camera. So our next is to add debris or overlays if needed and make them 3D. So to add debris, let's minimize this. So we come here to our project, right click here and left click. So we come here to project and right click here and choose import and then go to file and let's look for our overlays. So we have one overlay here. This is one fire overlay and this is another overlay. Okay, so let's work with these 2 for now. So I'm going to select these 2. I'll hit Control and add this and then import. So this is the 2 overlays we have. So let's rename them overlay 1 and this will be overlay 2. Rename.
overlay 2. Alright, so we want to add overlays to the video. Let's start here from scene 1. To our first overlay, let's check it out. And this is what we have. So let's check this too. Alright, this is what we have. So what we are going to do now is come back to our project here. And we use the overlay too. So let's put it here. Let's just place it here. So you can see this is how the overlay started. So we can remove all this by moving our playhead to right. Okay, this is where it started. So let's put our mouse here until you see this arrow, then you drag it in to cut all those parts out. So once you drag it in, you move and move to the start of our animation. So you get something like this. Yes, so now what you are going to do is come here to this normal, this mode. So you choose this normal and then you come to screen. And then this is our, you can see this is our element. Our element is on the video. So let's play back. Let me mute this voice. So you can see this is our element flying around. Alright, so that's how you add element. Yeah. Okay, so you can also add more elements if you like. You can just, let's add more elements, import file, and let's use this dust element. So you can use this dust particle, so import, and you can rename it. Let's clear this. So dust particles. So just drag it and put it here. And you can see, so you can scale. Let's press S and scale this up. And then you can change the screen here. Come here to this mode and change it to screen. So that's how you add elements. So this is our animation. Alright, so that's it on how to add elements. Okay, so we have our animation now. Let's play back. Let's play back from here. So I'm going to mute this audio, voiceover layer. So let's mute it. So we have our animation all the way from scene 1, and then we move to scene 2, and then slowly move to scene 3. Yes. Okay, so I noticed there's a typo error here. So secret is not spelled this way. So let's fix that. I think we need to remove the E, this E here. So just click this text layer and then double click on this, and then you make sure you are selecting this E side. So just place your cursor on this and click, and then you delete. So this is the correct spelling for secret. Yes. So once you edit this, then you come back and click this. So I think we are good. So if you listen to our audio here, let me activate our audio. So let me drop it down. So this is our audio, and if we play through here,
The mysteries of his father's fortune.
okay, so after our third scene here, so let's still see.
This is the true story of Sick.Motionz.
Okay, so we need another scene for this last voiceover, this last line. So this is the true story of Sick.Motionz. So you need another scene. You need to create another scene for that. So how do we do that? Let's go to our script. So this is our script. We are done from here to this fortune. So we need to create a scene here. So this is the true story of Sick.Motionz. So this is just a sample from me. This is just a sample. I just typed Sick.Motion here. So you can actually change it. You can change it to this is the true story of, let's say, of the youngest billionaire in the world. I think this makes sense. Yes, this is the true story of the youngest billionaire. So this makes sense. So now we need to generate another voiceover completely for this. Yes, we need to generate a complete voiceover. So I'm going to show you how to generate a better voiceover that will be very okay for our script. So, okay, so once you highlight all this text and then you copy, then you come here to your browser and say natural readers. So naturalreaders.com is the website. You hit enter and then you click on get started and you choose commercial. So once you choose commercial, you are going to see all these voices. So you come here and pick new narrative and story. So this is what we need. So you click it. So you can see we have Bill. So Bill is still the best we can use. So next, what we are going to do is tick this box. Once you tick it, then you untick this Bill because we are going to use this Bill and we delete all this. So what we can do now is press delete here and you click OK. So now we can now paste our script here. So you Control A on your keyboard, select all this, Control A, and then you Control V. Okay, so this is our voiceover. So now, before we press play here, you come here to our plugin. This is our Smart Audio Capture. So this is our Smart Audio Capture extension. There's a video on how to install this. If you don't know how to install it, just come here and type Smart Audio Capture Chrome extension. Once you do this, you can click this first link and then you click on add to Chrome. So it's already installed here, so I don't need to add it again. So just click on add to Chrome and then you are good. Then you come here to extension and then you see it here. So this is the Smart Audio Capture. All right, so it's pinned already. So let me pin it again. So you find it here, this green icon. All right, so you just open it and then you make sure it's on 320 highest quality here. So you click on Start Tab Recording. So let's click and then you press play here.
A young boy inherited his dying father's wealth, only to discover that there were more hidden secrets to uncover. So, he set out on an unplanned journey to reveal the mysteries of his father's fortune. This is the true story of the youngest billionaire in the world.
Okay, so we have a nice audio now. And let's go back to our Chrome extension. And then you hit on Finish Recording. So this is our audio. So let's play back. You can just hit play here.
A young boy inherited his dying father's wealth, only to discover that there were more hidden
So let's
secrets.
pause. So we have our audio recorded now, so we can save it. So just make sure you are selecting Wave and then you hit on Save here. So let's save it to our magnet files and say voiceover, new voiceover. Just save it as new voiceover. All right, so this is our new voiceover and then you hit on save. So once you hit on save, so you can close this tab. We don't need it anymore. So you can now come back to After Effects and try to replace the audio
just delete this and then you import our new audio. So let's click and delete. Let's delete this. And we come here to our project and then say import, right click, import file, and you come to the new voiceover. So this is our new voiceover file. So you import it. So once you import it, you drag this new voiceover, you drag it here. So it should be here. So once you drop it, then you come here to this icon, you drop, and then you drop audio again, and then you drop this waveform. Then you hold your mouse and drag. You have to set this audio, this starting point, you have to put it here. So make sure you are clicking on this voiceover, new voiceover. So just drag your mouse, drag to the left, drag, and let's drop it here. So now let's play back to see if it works.
A young boy inherited his dying father's wealth, only to discover that there were more hidden secrets to uncover. So, he set out on an unplanned journey to reveal the mysteries of his father's fortune.
All right, so it works. It works for us. So we just need a final scene here, which is this.
This is the true story of the youngest billionaire. A young boy
So the reason why the audio didn't finish is because our duration is 20 seconds. So remember we set our duration to 20 seconds. So to fix this, you need to, this is at 16 seconds now. So we can add to it. This time frame is 16 seconds. So what you do is come here to composition here and say composition settings. So it's right now it's at 16:24. So let's say 20. So we just type 20 here, 20, and change this to 00, and you hit OK. So you can see our timeline has been extended. So if we play back our audio now.
Father's fortune. This is the true story of the youngest billionaire in the world.
Okay, so you have the complete audio now, so you can just trim again. So hold your mouse and drag, and then you trim here. And after that, you can right click here and say trim comp to work area. So now we have our scene 1, then scene 2, scene 3. So we need a final scene for this. So what we are going to do now is start to create. You need to create a scene for this. Let's create a scene for this. This is the true story of the youngest billionaire in the world. So the first step is always to look for image. So let's look for an image that will represent this. So before we do that, come here and say, right click and say new composition. And then you name it scene 4. Because we want to create our scene 4. So scene 4. Make sure it's in 1920 by 1080 and then 30 frames here. And also maybe 15 to 10 seconds. So let's say 15 seconds. 1, 5. And you hit OK. So this is our scene 4, our final scene. So let's look for an image that will represent this last line. So you come here and come to your Explorer, the magnet files. So on magnet files, you will see this folder prompts. So just open this folder. I already copy a prompt for you here. So let's use this prompt. A boy in suit with half mask on his face, standing in the middle of luxury gold and monetary. So let's copy this. So once you copy this, you come here to your browser and say free pick image generator. So once you type that, let's say free pick image generator. So you choose this, and then you choose this first link, and you hit on generate here. So I have 3 free 20 image to generate. So if you have multiple emails, you can almost generate randomly every day. So once I exhaust this 20 free image, I can still create another Gmail, and then, or if I have a new Gmail, I will sign up with a new Gmail, and then I'll be able to generate another 20 free image. So we copy our prompt and then let's paste it here. So once we paste it here, you hit on generate. So before you hit on generate, make sure you are choosing 16:9 ratio here. So you hit on generate and then you wait for it to load. Okay, so these are the images that we generated, and we can use this image. So we are going to save this. So you can save this, let's say it, and choose free download. All right, so this is our image. So let's open up our image. Let's copy it and put it in our magnet files, paste it here. All right, so we have one image right now. So you can come here again and say a boy in suit with half mask on it. So a boy sitting in a, you can say, dystopian hall. So you say a boy. So let's delete this. A boy in suit. So it should be a boy in suit sitting in a dystopian hall with half mask, so like this. So let's generate again. Okay, so this is another image. This is another image. So these are nice image we can use. So we can use this image too. So let's save this. This should work for us. Let's save it. So once you save it, open, and then let's copy it to our location. Magnet files, just paste it here. So we have 2 images already, and you can see this number is now 12. So it means I have 12 images left to generate. So let's still hit on generate again. Okay, so we have another image. So let's say sitting on a golden chair. So this is our final image generation. So let's say a boy in suit sitting on a golden chair. So let's generate now. Exactly. So this is exactly what we need. So we can use this. This is a perfect image for us, and we can also use this. But since we are working with a white person, so this image should work, and we can say this image should work too. But let's use this. This golden background is very nice. So let's download this. Let's copy it, paste it here. And then finally, for our final image generation, let's say a wide shot of a boy. So let's say this. So we hit generate again. Okay, so I don't think I like any of this. So let's stick to this image. Let's stick to this image. So that's how you generate for the last this last line. All right, so what we are going to do next is open Photoshop and then arrange our scene in Photoshop. So let's open Photoshop now. Okay, so we are in Photoshop and let's go back to our magnet files. So we want to use this image. So I'm going to drag this image and drop it here. All right, so our image is here and let's zoom out a bit. Just hold Alt on your keyboard, then you can pull your mouse wheel in and out while holding Alt on your keyboard. So that's the way you zoom in and zoom out like this. So, all right, so let's double click this and then hit OK. So now we are going to say select subject. So let's click that and wait for Photoshop to select. So Photoshop has selected the subject, but since we need the boy and the chair together, so we are going to come here to this tool and then choose this quick selection tool. So make sure it's in plus, not minus. Make sure it's in plus here because we want to add the chairs. So you can now start adding, just drag. So if you make any mistake, you can press Ctrl Z, then start again. So we are adding the chair now. So I'm adding the chair. So you just click and drag, add the parts that you want. So we are adding this chair. So you can hold Alt and then pull your mouse wheel to zoom in to check around any part. So like this part is not selected very well, so you can select it more. So if you want to deselect, you come here to this minus and then you click. And then I'll go back to plus. I'll select this area. All right, so let me add this area. Let's add this. So let me show you if we have any more areas that we've not selected. So let's zoom out and see. So we've not selected this edge, so let's add it. So let's zoom in. So we don't want to add more than this handle. So you can come here to the minus and then you start clicking at it. Just like this. So let's go back here too. So we don't want to add this extra space. So all right, I think we have a good selection. Yes. So once we select like this, you right click and say layer via cut. So once you click it, you can see. So if we toggle off this, we don't have the chair anymore and the boy. So let's toggle it on. All right, so toggle off this and then you click on this layer. And once you click on this layer, you come here to this icon. You click this and say polygonal lasso tool. You click it. So we want to select around this boy. So let's select around. So we select around this cutout, the boy and the chair. So just select around like this. Doesn't have to be perfect. You click around like this. Click around. And then you finalize your tracing here. And then you right click and choose fill. And make sure you are selecting content aware and then you hit on OK. Alright, so our image is filled up now and let's toggle on this and then you have this. So click here and choose deselect. Alright, so we have the boy and the background and this is nice. So now let's create a new composition. So you come here to file, click on new and then you choose 1080. You choose this 1920 by 1080. So make sure it's in 300 here and it's in pixels. So hit on create and you zoom out. And then let's drag this boy and this background layer. So you hold Control on your keyboard and click this. So you have the two layers selected and you drag and then you put it here. So once you are seeing this empty composition, so you now drop it here. All right, so let's position this and then you hold Alt on your keyboard, then you drag and you shift again and then you hold Alt and then you drag. All right, so you hit enter. So we have our composition now. So you can delete this layer one. So just click and delete this. So you can rename this and say PG scene 4 and then boy scene 4. boy scene 4. Alright, so this is our scene 4. So let's right click and say save as. So we are going to save as this Photoshop PSD file. So you can say scene 4. So let's hit on save. You click OK. Alright, so that's it. We are done with the process. So we got our script. We created the voiceover using this website, Natural Readers. So we use Bill for the AI voice, and then we generated the image using this prompt. So we are going to go to After Effects for our final animation now. Back to After Effects. This is what we created. So this is our scene 4. Our scene 4 is empty now. So let's import this scene we created in Photoshop. So you come here and right click and say import file. And then you come to scene 4, choose scene 4 here, and you import as composition. So you hit on import and then you hit OK. So you can see this is scene 5 layer. So it's supposed to be scene 4. So let's rename it. So this is scene 4 layers. So if you check under it, this is our background and this is our boy element. So just highlight the two and drag like this. So then you place this boy scene and put it here. So we have our boy scene now. So now let's take our new voiceover. We are taking the last part of our new voiceover. So drag it here. Then you come here to review this, drop this icon. So we have the wave file. So now the last part is what we need. So let's shift. We don't need this. We don't need this. We don't need this side too. So this is what we need, this last part. So let's just push it like this. Alright, so if we play back now.
This is the true story of the youngest billionaire in the world.
Alright, so this is where we stop. Or this is the last part we need. So just set your playhead here and then you come here and drag this blue icon and drag and then you stop here. So once you stop here, you right click and choose trim comp to work area. So it means we only have this part. This is the part we are going to work with.
This is the true story of the youngest billionaire in the world.
Alright. So now what we are going to do, let's minimize this. Then we can turn off this audio clip. So you make this 3D, these layers, make them 3D. Click here and click here. And then right click and say new camera. So you add a new camera. You can name it 3D camera. 3D camera. So these settings are what we will use. So one node camera. So you click OK. Then you create a new null object. New null object. So let's drag this camera on null object here. So let's rename this null 8. So rename it to animation scene 4. Yes. So you make it 3D also. Alright, so next thing is to attach our camera to this animation scene 4. So let's attach. You come here to this icon and then you just drop it here. Okay, so we have our camera attached to scene 4. So we can control our camera using this null object, this animation scene 4. So the next thing we are going to do is come here. Let's zoom in here. Then you click on this BG scene 4 and pull it back. Remember what we did in scene 1, scene 2, and scene 3. So let's pull it back. So this time we are going to pull very well. So let's zoom out and then we pull it backward very well. So once you pull backward, then you can come here to the BG scene 4. You hit S on your keyboard. Then you scale it back. So scale like this. Very, very well. Okay, so we have our boy layer and then this is the background. So this is the distance between them. Distance between the background. So we can still pull in more. Click here and drag. So you go back here and then put your mouse here on the Z and pull. And then you can come here and scale it. Alright, so you have a very good distance between our background and the subject. So let's create our animation now. So you hit P. Make sure you are selecting this animation scene for. Hit P on the keyboard. Then you click on this stopwatch. So once you click it, it has created the keyframe. So let's move this keyframe back here. And then we can now start pulling in. So the kind of animation we want to create is we want to pull out. And then while we are pulling out, we want to have a rotation movement. So we have to pull in first. So let's pull in like this. So you pull in more. You can see our camera is going towards the background. So let's pull in more. And this is the background. You can see the background now. So let's see from here. We are good like this. So if you play back and you see now our camera is pulling out. So this is the kind of animation we want to create. Yes. So like this. So let's play back now. And this is what we get. Alright, so let's smoothen out this animation, this keyframe. So you can highlight these two and come here to this graph editor. So before you come here, highlight these two keyframes and press F9 on your keyboard. So F9. So they will change to this, and then you can now come to graph editor. So this is our keyframe. This is the first keyframe and this is our second keyframe. So you click the first keyframe and this yellow dot here, you drag it in, just hold and drag it in like this. So once you drag it in, you come to the second keyframe and you also drag like this. So until you are creating this shape, once you create this shape, so let's play back now. You can see this is our animation. So it means you fast, it will be fast, then it will slow down like this. So this curve represents our timing for the keyframe. So our video will play very fast and then it will slow down. So that's the keyframe we created. So alright, so I think this is smooth enough. So now let's go back to our timeline. So we also want to add a rotation. So we want to add a rotation. So to do that, you come here and click on R. Just press R. Make sure you are clicking this animation scene before you press R. So these are the values for rotation. So we want to rotate the Z axis. So you set your marker here at the beginning and you hit on this Z rotation. You click it. And then the same way you drag the keyframe back like this. And then you can now type in your rotation. So I would say, let's say 14. Yes. So if you play back this video now, this is what you get. You can see. So this is what you get. So you're going to rotate like this. Alright, so highlight these two keyframes. And then you can choose this quad out. So select this quad out and you hit apply. So let's play back now. You can see it's very smooth. The animation is more smoother now. So wait for it. Alright, so we have a smooth animation. So you can click this animations info and press U. So these are the two keyframes that we did. We did keyframes for the position and then rotation. Alright, so let's play with our audio now. So our audio is not playing. I don't know why, so we don't need it. So let's disable our audio and then now we can add our text or any element. So we want to add like an element here. So we have a file here. Let's come back to our magnet file here. So this is our magnet folder. So you come here and choose this dollar money falling. So you can use this. So let's drag this to our project. And you can rename it. Let's say money element Okay, so we have the money element here. So let's drag it to our scene and place it here. So once you place it here, you can see it's on the screen already and it's a green screen. So we have to remove this green color. So to do that, you come here and type in key light, Keyli. So key light like this. And then you can drag this key light 1.2 and place it on the video, the money element. So it's not doing anything. The green is still there. So what you're going to do is come here to this icon. So you click this icon and then you tap this green. And then you can see the green is no more. All right, so let's make our money elements 3D. So make it 3D. So this is our 3D space. Let's zoom in. So this is our 3D space. I'm selecting the money element right now. So we want to push the element to the back of this boy. So let's push it. You can see. So this is what we do. We push it back like this. And then we can now scale it. So so make sure you are selecting this money element and then you press S and then you scale it up. So let's play back our video from scratch. So this is what you get. Yes. So, all right. So now let's add our text, our final text here. So you can come here to this boys scene 4 and then you can reduce it like this. So we can have a space for our text. So all right. So another thing we can do is come here to our animation scene 4. Then you press U. Once you press U, so the last keyframe for the position here, make sure you are selecting the position. So this is the last keyframe. So double click it. And then you come to this Z pixel, this Z axis. So you can now pull out more. So we can have a space for our text. So you pull out more like this. And then you hit on OK. So you can now click on this boy layer, this boy. And then you drag it like this. Let's drag it down. So let's play our video back. This is what you get. Okay. So now we have a space for our text already. So we want to place the text at the back of the boy. So let's place the text now. So right click and say new text. And then can say youngest billionaire in the world. So let's type youngest. So this is our text. So you come here to this icon, click it, then you press S on your keyboard. Make sure you are selecting this text layer. So you press S, then you zoom in like this. So cap lock is on. So turn off cap lock. So let's drop it here so we can see very well. So youngest billionaire in the world. So double click on this text and then in this middle, just click this middle and then you press backspace on your keyboard and you hit enter. So this is what we get. Then you can now come back to this tool, click it, then let's place it and then scale it more, very, very bold. So you can also drop again. Let's double click and then place our mouse here. We drop again. So we have this. So I think this is more cinematic. So let's go back to this tool. So we can scale more. So we want to place this to the back of the voice. So make it 3D first. So you click this icon, make it 3D. Then you can now push it back. So this is it. This is what you get. Push it back. Then you can now scale. Use the scale option. So let's bring it down using the Y, bring it down a bit. All right. So let's play back our video from here. So this is what we get. So youngest billionaire in the world. So what we are going to do, we need to set like a time, and we want to animate in this text. We want to create an animation for the text, like a typewriting animation. So the same way we did for this scene 2. Yes, a hidden secret in scene 2. So what we did here, so we are going to do it here too for this text. So let's listen to our audio first. So make sure you disable this audio for this manual element. So let's disable all this icon, disable all these layers. So let's hit on enable so we can play back.
This is the true story of the youngest billionaire in the world.
So the youngest billionaire in the world is starting from here. Let me reveal it so you can understand. So
this is the true story of the youngest billionaire in the world.
So youngest billionaire in the world is here.
The youngest billionaire in the world.
So this is where we set our text to start from. So our text will animate from here. If you like, you can click on this marker to mark it. So let's close this down and reveal our layer. Let's show our layer. So now this is our text. Then you can come here and say, just click on this arrow and choose effect and preset. Then you can type in typewriter. So you can now drag this and place it on this text layer. So to see the keyframes, to see the animation keyframes, you can press U. Click this layer and press U. And this is the typewriter keyframes. So we are going to just reduce the time like this. So once you reduce it, you can now highlight and then press F9. So let's play back.
This is the true story of the youngest billionaire in the world.
So this is what we get. So let's reduce the time again. Then play back.
Of the youngest billionaire in the world.
So let's play back again.
This is the true story of the youngest billionaire in the world.
So this is what we get. So you can increase the timing just by shifting these keyframes. So you can increase it.
This is the true story of the youngest billionaire in the world.
So this is what you get. So we can reduce it more again.
True story of the youngest billionaire in the world.
This is the true
Youngest billionaire in the world. This is the true story of the youngest billionaire in the world.
So this is what you get. So the word, the last word is slow. So we can reduce it like this. And we should be good.
In the world.
So like this.
Billionaire in the world.
So I think we are good.
This is the true story of the youngest billionaire in the world.
Yes. So now let's change this color, this white color. We want to change it to like yellow. So we can also add deep blue. So let's change it to yellow. You come here and choose character. Then you select this white and choose yellow here. You choose yellow. So this yellow. So you can also add deep blue. So you come here to effect and type in deep blue. So deep blue, you drag it on the text and you get this. Then you come here and reduce to 0.2 or 0.1. So I'm going to use 0.2 for now. So also you can add shadow to the text. You can just type in shadow here. So you drop this drop shadow, drag it on, put it on the text. And you get this. So this is okay. So let's minimize. And let's play back our video now.
This is the true story of the youngest billionaire. This is the true story of the youngest billionaire in the world.
So this is what we get. So I think we can still reduce the word. I think the word is too slow. So let's reduce it more like this.
This is the true story of the youngest billionaire. This is the true story of the youngest billionaire in the world.
All right. So I think we are good. So this is our final scene. So we have our scene 4 Ready here. This is our scene 4. And we have our scene 1, scene 2, and scene 3. So if you are following this guide, this is what we did last. We add text, we add the Diblo plugin, we add 3D text, we add debris overlays. So make them 3D. You don't really need to do this. So, but if you feel like, you can just come here and all these layers, but these 2 layers, you can just select them and then you click 3D here. So, but for now, let's leave it like this. So in scene 4, you can see harmony elements, we made it 3D. So it follows the camera like this. Okay. So now let's go to the next step. So this is where we are. So we say add more elements if needed. So we already done that. So we just need to add. So let's see. Create. This is missing. So let's add it. Create scene 4. Create scene 4, comma, add text. Element and motion. So this is what we did for scene 4. We created the scene 4. We added text, add elements, and then we add the motion. So we added the text. So this is the text. And we add this money element, and then we created our keyframes using this animation scene 4. So we created our keyframe here. And then we finally arrive here. All right, so let's continue. So we have this, it says create another composition. So let's continue with this step. So we are going to come here to After Effects and then come here to our project tab. Just click this and click on project. So let's minimize this. So you can also pack all this into a folder. So just right click empty here and say new folder. And you can name it files. So this is the folder. So you can now highlight all this and then you can drop it here. So you can have a neat project. All right. So what we are going to do now is create a new composition. So this is what we have here. So create another composition, 1920 by 1080. So let's create. So we can name it Final Touch. Final Touch. So Final Animation Touch. Yes. So same dimension, 1920, 1080, 30 frames per second. So you can set to 15 seconds or 20 seconds this time. So let's set to maybe 20, 25 seconds. So hit OK. Okay, so we created a new composition and then we name it Final Animation Touch. So this is our composition, Final Animation Touch. So what we are going to do is come here to this animation. This is our first scene 1, scene 2, scene 3. So we want to end the animation exactly where the narration stops. So if you check our narration here, this is where it stops. So our keyframe also stops here. So let's check our keyframes. So let's come here to animation scene 3 and then motion 4. So you press U and then you click this, select this animation for scene 3. So you click U. So this is where our animation stop. Just like this. So we are going to come here and hold on. So just drag this work area and drag it like this. You can stop it here. So once we do that, you can now right click and choose this trim comp to work area. So let me disable this audio. So our animation is going to start and then play and then it will end here. Exactly. So just like this. and then move to scene 3, animate out, and then it's going to stop. Alright, so let's go to scene 4. So our scene 4 is already set like this. So
This is the true story of the youngest billionaire in the world.
So let me disable the audio too. So if you notice, there is a jack in frame here. I don't know if you notice. There is a jack here. So you can see the way the animation enters is not really smooth enough. So let's play back again. So to fix this, I want you to follow this step. So let's do this. So this is our 3D space. This is our money element. So this is our 3D space. So if we zoom out very well, this is our background layer. See, if I highlight this, you can see the BG is selected. So, and this is the space between them. So let's go back and zoom in. So it means this is our, let's click this layer. So this is our money element, and this red is our text layer, and this is also our boy layer. So we want to place this money element, we want to bring it down. So let's bring it down. So it should come before our text layer. So just like this, you can see. So this is before. Let me press Ctrl Z. So this is behind. So you can see it's behind our text. So this is after. So just come here to edit, and I'm going to press redo move object. So this is after. So that's the first fix. So the second fix is to come here to animations info. Then you press U to review our keyframes. So these are the keyframes. So you select all these keyframes like this. Then you choose this quad, and then you hit on apply. So if we go back now and we press play, I think this is okay. I think this is smooth. Yes. So I think that should fix it. So you have a smooth animation. So let's save. Always save your project. So come here and choose save. So let's go back to our final touch animation, final animation touch. So we want to come here. So we want to select this animation and then this scene 4. We want to drag it here on this empty composition. So come here to files, and then you choose this my animation. Remember this is it. So you place it here. And then so it plays like this, and then it stops here. So also you choose the scene 4. This is our scene 4. So you place it here. So let's move our scene 4 here like this. So after our scene 1 is done playing, it's going to play scene 4. Alright, so hope you understand. So now we can now bring in our audio. So let's bring in our voiceover, complete voiceover. You can bring it here. You can just set it here. So let's disable this too. So we disabled the audio for this my animation, and then this scene 4. So this is our audio. So let's drop this and drop this, and we come here and drop this waveform. So we can now set our animation. So let's set the voiceover to the start of our animation. So just like this. So if we play back now, so let's play back.
A young boy inherited his dying father's wealth, only to discover that there were more hidden secrets to uncover. So, he set out on an unplanned journey to reveal the mysteries of his father's fortune. This is the true story of the youngest billionaire in the world.
Okay, so if you notice, our animation ends too fast. So what we are going to do is increase this last animation. So let's increase our last scene, this scene 4. So let's increase the time. So right now it's only 3 seconds. So let's increase it. So come to composition settings here. And then you can increase it to, let's say, 10. So 10 seconds, then you click OK. So this is what we get. You can see we have more time here. So what you can do is increase these layers. So just highlight all these layers and you can drag them. You can just drag everything like this. And then you can also drag the 3D camera. You can select these two, can drag. Okay, so after dragging, then this is what we do. We increase this. So we can just increase this. So once you increase this, it will reflect here in this final touch. So you can now increase like this. So let's play back.
Of his father's fortune. This is the true story of the youngest
So this is what we get.
of his father's fortune. This is the true story of the youngest billionaire in the world.
All right, so what we can do again is we don't want to see this background at all. So let's start from here. Let's say here. So you can just come and hold your mouse and then drag this in. And once you drag it in, you move it to exactly where this animation ends. So
There's fortune. This is the true story of the youngest billionaire in the world.
okay, so this is what we get. So you can see our elements disappeared. So what you can do is come to scene 4 and then increase again. So let's increase. So you can select all this layer. Just select the BG, hold control, select this. So you don't need to select the money element. So select the 3D camera, select this, select this. So you can put your mouse here and then increase them. So you can now come back here. So once you do that, you can still increase more here too. So let's play back now.
Of his father's fortune. This is the true story of the young billionaire in the world.
Okay, so this is nice. So we have a cool animation from here up to here.
Reveal the mysteries of his father's fortune. This is the true story of the youngest billionaire in the world.
So the youngest billionaire in the world, we can't see that animation, that text animation anymore. So what we are going to do is fix it. So to fix it, let's go back to our scene 4. And then you click this text layer. Then you press U on the keyboard. So once you press U, you can come here. So this is the keyframe. So you can just push this keyframe forward. So let's push it like this. So once you push it, you come back to the final animation touch here. So you can play back.
His father's fortune. This is
the truth.
heir in the world.
So let's play back again.
Of his father's fortune. This is the true story of the youngest billionaire in the world.
So you can see, you can still move more. So let's go back to our scene 4. So you can reduce your timeline here. Just to zoom out, just press this. So you can see your timeline very well. So this is the keyframe for our text animation. So let's pull back more. So let me come here again. And then wait for it to build up. So let's play back from here.
Fortune. This is the true story of the young.
So let's wait for it to load. Alright, so let's play back again.
Mysteries of his father's fortune. This is the true story of the youngest billionaire in the world.
Alright, so this is perfect. So we have our scene ready. So you can rename this if you like. You can rename it to scene 1, scene 2, scene 3, and then you leave this as scene 4. So you can just right click and say scene 1, scene 1, scene 1 to 3. Yes. So scene 1 to 3 here and then scene 4 here. So
A young boy inherited his dying father's wealth, only to discover that there were more hidden secrets to uncover. So, he set out on an unplanned journey to reveal the mysteries of his father's fortune. This is the true story of the youngest billionaire in the world.
alright, so let's continue. Let's check our guide. So we drag our magnet media comp. We already did that. So that's what we did now. So add wiggle position. So this is what we are going to do. This is what we are going to do. So let's add wiggle position to our composition. So can come here to After Effects, come to this Effect and Preset tab. If you can't find it, just come here to this and choose Effect and Preset. So you type in wiggle here. So we are going to drag this wiggle position. Let's drag it on this layer. So you just hold your mouse and drag, put it here, scene 1. So once you drag it, let's place our marker on scene 1. So you can see this black edge. So you press scale. Make sure you are selecting scene 1 to 3. So you press S and then you type in 103 here. So you can see we still have the black. So 104 again. Alright. So you type until, just input the number until you don't see the black anymore. So you can now come here and set wiggle amount, set to, let's say 20. Alright. So you can copy this wiggle position, copy it, then you click on scene 4, then you paste it. So you can just come here to edit and then hit paste. So once you paste it, so also set scene 4 to scale of 104. So you click on scene 4, press S on your keyboard, then you type in 104 here. So once you do that, let's play back our scene. So this is what
A
we
young
get.
boy inherited
You
his
get
dying
stop to
father's
wiggle
wealth,
movement.
only to discover that there were more hidden secrets to uncover. So, he set out on an unplanned journey to
So this is
reveal the
what you get.
mysteries of his father's fortune. This is the true story of the youngest billionaire in the world.
So the wiggle is not showing here. So what you can do is let's delete this wiggle position here. So click on this scene 4, you drag a new wiggle position. So place it here. And then you set this amount to 20. So let's play back again.
His father's fortune. This is the true story of the youngest billionaire in the world.
Alright, you can see the wiggle now. So that's it.
A young boy inherited his dying father's wealth, only to discover that there were more hidden secrets to uncover. So, he set out on an unplanned journey to reveal the mysteries of his father's fortune. This is the true story of the youngest billionaire in the world.
Alright, so what we are going to do, let's go back to our guide and then it says add adjustment layer, then add colorama alpha ramp effect. So let's do that. So right click here and choose new, then adjustment layer. So you can drag the adjustment layer at the top here. So let's drop this arrow, let's minimize. So this is the adjustment layer. So we are going to add colorama and then we change it to alpha ramp. Then we blend it. So you can just come in here and type colorama. So then drag it and then place it on this adjustment layer. So this is what you get. Then you come here to output cycle and then you choose alpha ramp here and then you get this. Then you can now blend it. So let's say 50% and you get this. So you can blend it, you can reduce the blend, you can increase it. So let's say 80. So 80. Alright, so just to add a little bit of cinematic feel. So this is before and after, before and after. So alright, so that's it on our magnet media animation. So what's next here is add vignette, then we render it out. So let's add vignette and then finally render it out. So you come here, click on this layer, this adjustment layer. So you come here and type vignette, VIG, and you can just drag and drop it here. So you get this dark circle just around the edge. So alright, so before we render out, let's place our marker to the end of the video. So let's review our voiceover. This is where our voiceover ended. So this side. So we are going to just leave a little bit of time. Then you can now move this and then come here to this work area. So you drag it and place it here. So you can now right click and say trim come to work area. Alright, so let's minimize this back. So now it's time to render out our animation. So to render it out, you can come here and click on File, Export, then Add to Render Queue. So once you press that, then you come here to High Quality, click it. Then you come to this format, so change it to After Codec MOV. Then you come here to Format Options. So you can now choose this under bitrate, make sure you are using 50 MB. And then under quality, make sure it's 100%. Just type in 100 here, 100. And then bitrate, you can type in 50 here. So you click OK. Then you click OK again. So finally, you come here to this output folder. So this is where you will see your video once it's done rendering. So this is where you see it. So you come here and click, then you can choose any location, maybe on your desktop. So let's say on the desktop, and we say final animation touch. So I'm going to click OK. So now I'm going to press render. So let me show you something. So if you don't have this After Codecs, if you don't have this software, there's a video on how to install it. So click OK. So now you can render out our video. So let me hit on render. So before you render, make sure you turn on cap locks. So if you turn on cap locks, your render will be faster. But if you don't, you will be rendering and After Effects will be previewing your video while it's rendering. So we don't want that. So you turn on cap lock, turn it on like this, then you can now click on render.
Okay, so before you render out your video, one of the final touches you can do is to add motion blur if you have a strong PC. So you can just add motion blur. Come here to this the first scene 1, scene 2, and scene 3. You can also add motion blur like this. That's if your PC is strong enough to handle it. So, but if your PC doesn't have that capacity, doesn't have enough graphics card, so you can just do without adding motion blur and then you render out. So that's the final step. Okay, so we are done with rendering out our file, our animation project. So let's go to our guide here. So it says render it out. We've done that. So add voiceover, music, and sound effect in Premiere. So we already added a voiceover in After Effects, so we don't need to do this anymore. So we just need to add music and sound effect. So let's go to Premiere. Come to File, New Project. And then we come to our project location here. So you can choose magnet files as our location. So let's choose this magnet files. So select OK. So for the project name, let's just say final. So you can now click on create here. All right, so let's import our file. So let's come here and say import, and you come here to desktop. This is where we rendered our file. So select this final animation touch. So open it. So once you open it, you drag from here to your timeline. So this is our video. Okay, so let's come here again, right click and choose import. Then we come to magnet files, and you see this sound effects and overlay folder. So you import the folder. So you should drop here. These are the files on the folder. So all right, so we can add our music. So let's add our music. Come here and say cinematic music. So you drag this here. Then you expand your timeline. You can expand like this. So we need to cut out this empty parts. So you can see the sound. Let's expand this a bit. So our sound starts from here. So we need to delete all this. So just place your mouse here and delete. Okay, so you can now drag this in. So if you play back,
Dying father's wealth, only to discover that
all right, so we have our cinematic sound, but it's too loud. So let's decrease the volume. So right click on the audio file, come to audio gain here and say -15. So if you play back now,
there's wealth, only to discover that
so it's too low. So let's go back again and say, let's add 5.
there were more.
All right, so this is okay. So let's take this like this.
All right, so let's expand our timeline. Then we cut out this audio at the end. So let's cut out the audio. So just select and then drag. So once you are here, you can press this icon or press C. So I'm going to press C on the keyboard, then split this. Then I'll come here, select these two, then you click this last split and then press delete. Alright, so let's add our typewriter sound effect for the text. So for the text here, this hidden secret text. So this is our typewriter sound effect. So drag it here and place it here like this. And you can expand the timeline. So let's move back a bit. Just before the H, you can bring in the sound like this. So now drag, you can hear the sound. So after secret, you cut the sound. So let's cut it. So let's play back now.
Only to discover that there were more.
So like this. So you can reduce this sound. You can reduce the gain. So come here, right click and say audio gain. So let's say -8. So you click OK. So if you play back now.
Only to discover that there were more in secret.
All right, so it rhymes. So we can also do it for the last part. So let's do it for the last part. This part. So youngest billionaire in the world. So what you do is hold Alt on your keyboard and drag this like this and place it here. So let's look for where the text starts coming in. So go slowly. So you can see the Y already. So it means we move our sound effect back a bit. Then we can now increase it. So let's see. We can hear the sound now. So we are going to look for where the animation stopped, the text animation. So it stopped here. So I'm going to take this in. So let's play back.
This is the true story of the youngest billionaire in the world.
All right, so that's nice. So we can also add a hit sound here. So just for this transition here, like this. So just before this transition. So after our scene 3, this is our scene 3. So we can now set our marker here like this. So our marker is at 13 seconds and then 23 frames. So you can just type it in. If you don't get it the way I'm moving, just type in directly here 13 and then 23. Alright, so once you type in and then you are set, you can just come here to this tool, click it and then you split this. So once you split it, go back to this selection tool. Then we come here to film strip, this film strip. So you can drag it and then place it on top of this layer. So let's expand our timeline. So you place it between these two layers. So you can see this is our film strip. So now you come here to effect controls and you choose this normal, this blend mode. You choose normal and then come to screen. So one more thing is come here and choose this page flip, and you drag and let's put it here first. So let's reduce it and then reduce this also. Then we place it under our effect like this. So if we play back now,
Piece of his father's fortune. This is the
so that's what you get. So
fortune. This is
all right. So one more sound, we can add a cinematic boom like this. Can add a cinematic boom just for this transition. This hits. So let's add cinematic boom. So drag like this and place it under here. Let's place it like this. So you can now move it. Yes. So let's play back.
father's fortune. This is the true story of the youngest billionaire in the world.
So you can hear the sound. So let me play back again. This is what you get.
Fortune. This is the true story of the youngest billionaire in the world.
So that's the sound you get. All right. So I think we are good with this. So let's reduce our timeline. Put your mouse here, drag. Let's play back from scratch now.
A young boy inherited his dying father's wealth, only to discover that there were more hidden secrets to uncover. So, he set out on an unplanned journey to reveal the mysteries of his father's fortune. This is the true story of the youngest billionaire in the world.
Okay, so this is our final video. So let's check our guide. So it says add posterized time. So we don't need to add any posterized time anymore. So since our animation is 30 FPS, so we don't need to reduce it. So let's add grain. Let's add grain. So to add grain effect, come here. Let's minimize this. So you right click and say new adjustment layer. And you click OK. So you drag this adjustment layer, place it here on top, then you expand it. So once you expand, you come here to effect, this effects tab, and you search for noise. Search for noise here. So once you come down, you will see this noise and grain. So under noise and grain, you search, just select this noise, drag it and place it here like this. So you now come here, just come here to effect control. So under this noise effect tab, so this 0%, change it to like 5%, then you hit enter. So this will give noise to our video just to make it more dramatic. So this are the noise. So let me show you without the noise. I'm going to toggle off here. You can see there's no noise right now. So let me toggle it on. So these are the noise. And that's all for our video. So we can just render this out. So let's set this. So if you want to render this out, you come here to File and choose Export, Media. Okay, so this is our animation. So now you can come here to Video, and then leave it at default like this. So come here to More, and you choose this Render at Maximum Depth, and then you also use this maximum. Just select these two, and you come down here, and for this bitrate, you can use let's use CBR. Then you choose 20 here, and use 20. Okay, so that's it. Just hit on Export, and you are good. So also make sure you choose your location where you want the videos to be. So you can locate the videos here once it's done rendering. So let's locate it here. Let's say we put it under magnet files. So magnet files, and then we say render. So you can say the story, the billionaire. So you hit save, and then you choose on export. So that's it on how to create magnet media style. So you can keep practicing, just keep practicing, and then you can rewatch the video from scratch, and then you can download different assets, and then you animate by yourself, create the animation, create the keyframes, and then come to Premiere, add sound effects, and you are good. So you just need to keep practicing, and then you'll be good with the magnet media style animation.